morning, everyone. I call this meeting to order at 9:01. This is November the 12th, regular budget meeting. So our first presentation will be from the Vegreville Centennial Library, and go ahead, Murray, take it away.
Good morning, Your Worship, Council, staff, and Min. Thanks for having me here today. Next slide. As you notice, this is our standard vision and mission. It hasn't changed. We may be looking at that over the next year as part of the plan of service, or we may just leave it as it is. Next. This is our 2023 year in review. Checkouts increased 30% to 11,200, or that much of an increase. Card holders increased by 94. Doesn't sound like much, but when you only have 900 and some, it's a lot. That's an 11% increase. Their Wi-Fi sessions increased 18%. We had 3,300 more. Library visits were up 7,964. That's 36.6% increase in people through the door. In-person programs were up 20%, 48 more, and a 13% increase in attendees. It was up 604. The 2024 year to date, which was, I think this is the end of September figures. They're accurate. Oh, actually it says to the end of October in my notes. The trends show the checkouts may increase about 1,000 to 2,000 over the 2023, and we may reach 1,000 card holders this year. We started tracking, and we're going to pursue partnerships with other organizations in the Vegreville area. So we've noted that there were 29 partnerships on the slide. This is a slight increase. Hope to have a lot more. Next. This is who we are. 9 amazing people, and we do have quite a good staff. I don't know why I got this note here out of place, sorry. We currently have 8 members on our board, 2 vacancies. We're looking at interviewing 2 new board members and should have them in place, we hope, before the end of this year. We're also looking at a new manager. We're completed the interviews, now we have to do the checking offers and hope to have a manager in place shortly. It's been a challenge this year. It seems like we just went through this recently. 2 years ago, yeah. It's trial by fire. Next slide, please. These are some of our highlights. The library logo, this is something that we put on the back burner as we were trying to keep our management and staff contingent up to date, but we're tackling that. We are going to have that ready by January, I think. The redesign, we've brought on Chris Loveday to look at redesigning the children's area, which was very difficult to run programs in. It was heavy, immobile shelving and furniture, and it was also a very limited space because those big columns with books in them between that section and the rest of the library didn't really allow a lot of flexibility and accessibility. The fundraising, the library board has been involved in fundraising this year, and we've had a couple of fundraising initiatives. We had a couple of the counselors out to the one to help with the survey for the plan of service at that event. And we had a barbecue at the co-op. So those help plug a few little holes in the financials. We'll skip to the next one, please. We included some photos for your enjoyment. That was the co-op barbecue. Co-op donated the hot dogs and the hot dog buns, the beverages and condiments, as they always do, and we really appreciated that. The board purchased additional burgers, sliced burger buns and onions to round out the menu and offer a little more. Next slide, please. Then we had our Books, Bakes, and Bits fundraiser at the library complex in August. We received a lot of positive feedback from the people who attended. We had people who were there from as far away as Edmonton, Sherwood Park, and the communities surrounding Vegreville. They trekked out with a lot of boxes of books, and there wasn't much left of the bakes stuff. They cleaned that up pretty well. But the biggest compliment we had a bunch of chairs we set up outside front where we were serving the food. And a lot of people enjoyed and gave us feedback that they enjoyed that opportunity to sit and visit with friends and neighbors, then just people who just wandered in and out. And yeah, it was a great day. It was a good day for temperature as well. Next, please. So getting into the meat of the presentation. This slide represents our revenues. You'll notice that we've increased and we've added another piece to the pie. It represents the town's facilities in-kind donations. And we'd like to acknowledge the town's in-kind contributions of $136,299 in 2023. These are out of order. Okay, the next slide is our revenue, or sorry, our expenses. Again, we show the town facility costs for a balancing thing. It's in there still as a 23% chunk of the pie. As you can see, as ever, wages and benefits cover 58%, the majority of the budget. And it's the budget as presented is based on a COLA of 2.5%, and that's based on a CPI of 3.5% to 4%. It's not finalized yet until the end of the year, and then we'll get an overall yearly average. And we'll see how close we came to guessing. Next slide, please. So 2025 and beyond. The redesign of the children's area will start in earnest in 2025. Perhaps additional areas beyond. We're going to take this little bits and manageable bites, but we're trying to make the overall spaces more ergonomic and accessible. Also in 2025, we hope to finalize in the early parts our new plan of service for the next 5 years that will lay out where the library plans to go, hopes to go, needs to go, will go. The Library of Things will continue to grow modestly to meet community needs and wants. So we will still have it in there, and we will still add to it a little bit, but in, again, manageable bites. Next, thanks. So this is the part where I say, hey, thanks. So thank you for, again, the contribution in kind. And it is budgeted, but it's not finished. But that's what you included as well in the budget for this upcoming year. Once it's final, we'll know how we did there as well. We remain committed to serving our community to the best of our ability. And we remain committed to work with the town and council. So, the last slide.
Okay, Mary, I have a question.
Absolutely.
So the Wi-Fi users, do they have to be a member of the library?
No. Actually, access to the building and to the library doesn't require membership either. They can come in and use the facilities inside. They just can't take materials out. So, and we've also know that the Wi-Fi extends beyond the building. So you can't stop people from parking outside
Yep.
and connecting to the Wi-Fi. But it does show up in the counts that there's a user on, so.
Okay, and your 9 employees, would you say half those are part-time, or how many hours are these people receiving in, say, a week?
We only have 2 employees, the manager and the assistant manager. Those are the 2 full-time employees. Everybody else is part-time. Hours spread out, and I'm not even up to date on all of them. The wages, or the pages have the least number of hours per week. But I think we vary, Megan, you can correct me on this. I think we vary from about 1,400 for the most used assistants and down to about 900. And I think we're even less than that on the pages.
That's in a year you're talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, not weekly or monthly. No.
No, I'm just trying to figure this out. So 2 full-time employees, a manager and the assistant manager.
Yep.
And then would, basically, some of the pages would be a few hours a week, and then some other of the employees would be 0.5, like half the week or something like that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, any other questions here from Oregon? So your ask will be exactly what it was last year, is that what you guys are
It's
asking
an
for?
increase of $4,000 to $270,000.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, because I could read that on. Are you taping it?
Yes, we're live.
Thank you. Sorry, what I wanted to ask you is, I was at RMA last week, and there's been, there's conversation about the direction from Alberta Works offices to direct people to the library, partially in response to the difficulties that they've been having with being able to access the people that work at Alberta Works and being told that they need to use cell phone to access or complete forms. And so there have been some communities that have seen an increase in usage of their FCSS and library facilities directly related to the closure or partial closure of Alberta Works offices. I know that we don't usually keep track at the library of who is using the computers, for example, but have you noticed a change in the clientele?
They haven't reported that to us
Okay.
as yet, but we haven't asked either. And we could ask if they could just let us know if they've noticed anything.
It might be worth, it was something that I heard from several communities that have Alberta Works offices. And it seems disconnected to some of the other messaging that's coming out from the province in terms of growing the offices in rural communities. At the same time, the ones that exist are experiencing the opposite. So, thank you.
It would definitely increase the clientele, and therefore it would have some impact on the library operations. Not huge, but still some. They have to accommodate them. Do you notice, or I don't know if it's appropriate to ask if FCSS has noticed a similar uptake? We can ask our people to talk to your people
Yeah.
and see if they've noticed anything that's coincidental.
Go ahead, Councillor Bullock.
Just wondering, when do you expect the survey to be wrapped up and the answers on that coming out?
Having the manager in place is priority 1, and we want her or his input into that. So likely we would try to have it done by maybe April-ish, and then put it together and finalize it and submit.
So one more thing.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's more a statement than a question. I understand, as being the rep as well, that the number one is getting that manager into place. And unfortunately, the timing wasn't wonderful because it was just as we were hitting all of these things. But I think, again, for whether it be just this budget and presentations or future ones, really important discussion going ahead. There was maybe not the flavor prior, but I can't stress how critical it is about some tracking items. It is not an invasion of privacy. Everybody does it in different groups. There's nothing wrong with trying to ask a postal code or whatnot. You're not getting someone to give you an ID that you're trying to, tie them down and credit check them. But the reality is, if we're going to know where people are coming from and where, get a better handle of it, even advocate to the government or advocate to our partners in other municipalities, that's why, to me, it was so critical to actually get those addresses. And when it was like, whoa, I would be upset if somebody asked, well, that's the way of the world. I mean, we're having them ask when they go into other facilities. We've asked our manager, Manager Kuzmic actually has been getting his people to track a bit of where everyone's coming from, because that's the only way, because the dollars are going to be short. There isn't money, and the only way we're ever going to be able to assist better is going to be to help advocate to our partners to maybe get more people assisting. So that's something that I know I'll be bringing back again. I know it wasn't a flavor, but to me it's critical. It's almost has to be, because the numbers and the budget asks can't just keep coming in and only being on the side. And if we are, as the presentation shows, the mass contributor of, then that direction given back has to take some weight or be given some respect as to where it's coming from. So I guess I'm heading up that it's coming back full force. Like, this will be my number one on the budget topic, because it has to be, because we have to get other partners in here. So just leave that at you.
Yeah, and for us, we know that the 2025 funding that we receive from the province is going down based on royalties numbers and the price of oil. We already know that, but we're getting clawed back there. But it's hard to go out to ask other municipalities whose citizens don't pay taxes here and are using our facilities all the time, that are funded at the degree we fund them. So I don't know if your board's ever talked about that sort of tracking, who the patrons are that are coming in. And I mean, I would imagine some will be very hard, especially Wi-Fi users. They probably don't want to say too much or whatever where they're from. But again, this information is always important when we're trying to deal with partners, even on other files. To say, well, do you know how many people from your area are using our library? I mean, they probably fall on deaf ears half the time. But
I think it's that help us help you thing.
yeah.
I understand fully where you guys are coming from, and yes,
We'll keep pushing.
I think flavors change.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thanks for coming in this morning, Murray, and we will be getting, later today, we'll be looking at where we're going to be with some of the grant funding and stuff like that. So as soon as I would imagine that Sandra, CAO Ling, and Director Sasky know where we're going, they'll notify you guys and what the decisions are.
Great, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Okay, so since we don't have an agenda, how do you think the rest of the morning's gonna look like, just so I can have a handle here? So.
This morning, we're going to start with Director Saskew. She's going to go through financial indicators and start with the budget.
Okay, well then, looks like we're ready. Take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a PowerPoint for this part of the presentation. So this is the 2025 budget. So the next slide, please.
Just before we get started, should we be following along in here or just follow?
To be clear, the financial indicator graphs are at the very front of your package. I am going to talk about specific graphs, and I actually have reference to them on the slides. So
Okay, thank you.
don't particularly need to go through, but there is additional graphs in here that we've looked at in prior years that aren't included on the slides. So this is for information purposes. I would bring them up, but the Government of Alberta website is being very finicky lately. Some days I have access to these and other days I do not. So I was fortunate enough last week to have access on, I believe it was Wednesday, but after then I have not been able to access them. So it's strange. So these graphs show the range for all similar municipality types. The shaded area indicates the max and the minimum of the same municipal type, in our case, all towns in Alberta. The median, which is the green line, is the middle number, is sorted out of a list of numbers. So it's the middle number. So on this, you can see the maximum, the minimum, and then the median, and then where we are on this page is the blue. So. Next slide, please. So first we're going to talk residential tax rate. So the residential equalized tax rate shows the amount of tax payable per $1,000 of taxable property assessment, with local variations in assessment to be eliminated. So this is making it easier to compare communities to communities. So for example, the town of Vegreville is subject to the Minburn Lodge requisition, where the town of Devon may be subject to a different Minburn Lodge different lodge requisition, and maybe even another requisition that we aren't privy to. So if we do the equalized tax rate, it shows just the municipal portion of the property taxes that are being collected. So as you can see on this graph here, the town of Vegreville is very close for residential to the median. So we're definitely not the highest, we're definitely not the lowest, but we are right in line with the median. So for towns, this is including all towns, we are on a good rate here. So one thing I have is some comparison purposes. So the next page, or next slide, please. So this is the residential equalized tax rate. So at this alberta.ca financial indicator graph, they have municipality indexes. So all of these ones here, they're quite small. These are all of comparable municipality index, so very similar size and structure of towns. You can note that some towns here are smaller than 5,000. So for example, town of Vermilion, it's the third from the bottom. It has one of the higher non-resident or the residential equalized tax rate, but they also don't have to pay for RCMP in the same format that us or the town of Devon, which is the very top bar, is. So town of St. Paul has a equalized tax rate of 9.5. The town of Vegreville is 9.0, so we are the fourth from the bottom. So we're definitely not the highest, and we're in the mid-range for equalized tax rate. And you have to remember that the mill rate is only one portion of property taxes collected. So the mill rate times the assessment is what determines property taxes. So if your town's assessments on residential are lower than what you would sell your house for, you're so to say getting a deal on that part of it too. So we are very aware with recent sales data that our town of Vegreville assessment is lower than what actual market value is, at most times close to $100,000. So we're working with our assessors to update our assessments to be closer to market value. And with that, that does not mean the town's going to collect additional funds. That means that our resultant mill rate could go down so that we're more comparable to other towns. So in the end, property taxes collected is set by budget here today. And so if our taxes are set and our assessment is set by our assessor and it's up higher so that it's closer to market value, our resultant mill rate would actually go down. So it would help us be comparable when people are looking to invest in communities. So that is our goal for 2025. Yes.
On that graph, which towns are over 5,000 population?
All of them except for the town of Vermilion. And maybe, is it Wainwright or Westlock? One of those is below. I think it's Westlock. Yeah, and the Westlock is actually the highest one at 10.4 at the very bottom. So we're definitely on par when it comes to residential. So the next slide. I had a whole bunch of stuff written down and I didn't talk about it. We have the non-residential equalized tax rate. So the town of Vegreville non-residential tax rate is higher than the median at 25.6, as you can see on this graph. But we are still lower than the max, which is actually approaching 40. So Just to note, Vegreville's does look high here, but the maximum is closer to 40. So we definitely are not the highest tax rate in the province. As a reminder, the shaded gray areas here are all towns. Since Vegreville has a population above 5,000, we are expected to pay for our CMP, which makes up 3.0848 of our mill rate in our 2024 residential taxes. Another factor that is not considered here is the town's policy FIN 6008, which is the small business subclass policy. This allows qualifying small businesses to receive a discounted tax rate. So I'm gonna flip to the next slide, please. So this here is a summary of the 2024 Vegreville tax rates. So you can see residential, small business, non-residential, designated industrial properties, and machinery and equipment. So for small business, you can see that there is a discount of the rate. So 21.551 is our all-encompassing rate with education, policing, and Minburn Lodge. The chart here, am I on the right one? Is retrieved from the Town of Vegreville's website summarizing all the 2024 mill rates. In 2024, after a 5% increase in property taxes, you can note that the non-residential equalized tax rate is actually 21.8. So that's the non-residential rate here of 25.94, less the education and less the Minburn Foundation. So this is actually down 3.8 mill rates from the 2023 rate on the last slide, which was 25.6. So we've already improved from the slide that I had shown before. We would be down to an equalized assessment of 21.8 in 2024. This is also a reminder that increase in property taxes at budget time does not equate to the same rate increase to ratepayers, as you must consider growth. So there have been additions to our non-residential assessment pool in 2024, which resulted in increases to assessment in excess of the tax rate increase. So this actually resulted in a mill rate decrease. So as a reminder, in 2024, we had a 5% increases to net property taxes collected, and our mill rates actually decreased for the municipal portions. So we collected less from each citizen, even with a 5% tax increase. And this is because there's been new builds. So for a very long time, Vegreville did not have new additions to residential or non-residential base, but we're actually seeing construction of new builds, construction of new items. So like Pasanka Plaza is a good example, the PV Mart addition, AA trailers coming into town. So those increases, and actually houses being built at Foxview, those are actual increases to our assessment pool. So our tax increase of 5% last year captured that growth. It didn't actually increase our residential or non-residential tax bills in the prior year. Circling back to the small business discount, I'm going to talk about our non-residential rate again. So in 2024, our small business discount was 20%. So the equalized small business rate of 17.56 is what that equates to in 2024. So let's flip back to the previous slide again. 17.56 would bring us much more in line. So it would be between the 20 and the green median line of 10, just above 10. So we would actually, with our non-residential small business rate, we are actually closer to median with the town of Vegreville. So this is like real time mill rate adjustments. And so that would help substantiate why our mill rate is so high. So it's much closer to the median rate, and that just gives rise to recommending small businesses to apply for the small business deduction. So now I'm going to get you to flip 2 more slides. While we're talking about the small business deduction, this is our declaration. So this was updated last year to be much more simple. So there's check marks where it shows 1 to 40 employees, 41 to 50 employees, 51 to 60, and 61 plus. As a reminder, if you are 50 or less full-time equivalent, you are entitled to the small business declaration. So if people submit their declarations at 1 to 40 employees, I just will do a quick double check verification and they're done. But if somebody's submitting with a 51 to 60, that might actually warrant me giving them a phone call and saying, do you have 51 employees total? Or are there some part-timers? Because if there's a couple part-timers, they would still be eligible for the small business deduction as long as their total number of hours is less than 50 employees as a full-time equivalent. So that is a good thing to note. Last year, or actually right now, the declaration period is for the 2025 property tax years. So we are declaring as of November 30th of this year to receive the small business deduction for 2025 taxes coming up. So in 2024, property tax year, we had 22 additions to the pool. So that was for new businesses starting and other people that maybe hadn't applied before and jumped on the bandwagon. But we also had 65 deletions. And I can tell you, of these 65 deletions, there were a couple people that had left town or closed up and no longer had a business in town. But the majority of these were people not submitting their declarations. And why do we require this annually? It's because it's legislated from us from the province. So you have to file your tax returns annually to receive the different benefits and GST checks and everything else. This is a same requirement as the provincial. MGA has allowed for us to do this declaration and this small business deduction. We need to receive a form annually to ensure that you receive this great rate.
Okay, Megan, if we can just stop there for a second. So if the information on this chart, the non-residential equalized tax rate says we're at 25.6, higher than the median.
Yes.
You're saying that in a real number for 2024 would be 21.8.
That is correct for all businesses, and for small businesses, it would be 17.56.
Okay, so now you took out the education portion plus the Minburn Foundation, you took that out.
Yes.
So when we're comparing it back to the medium here, did we do that for the other numbers as well?
Yes, so that's a equalized tax rate. So
Okay.
all of these rates are without the requisitions and education portion, because those vary from town to town. And those money, we collect it on behalf of the lodge or the education, the provincial education, and then we remit it. We don't actually receive any of those funds. So removing those out is much more comparable for communities to communities.
Is everybody, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess my question would be, and I've asked this over and over again with the small business tax, so I do realize that there needs to be some onus on the business owner, but we also need to make it easy. So I appreciate that the form has become more simplistic. Is this something that people can fill out online? Or do they actually have to come into the office? Because
No, they can fill it out online. We updated the form so that it's like Adobe, you can complete
Yep.
it on an Adobe web form.
and they can sign it online.
If they have access to like their DocuSigns.
Right, so that they can actually do this. But to be clear, it would require potentially printing, coming in and submitting?
No, they could email it.
Okay.
The form can be emailed.
Okay, because I realize the whole intention is to be able to make it accessible for small businesses, and I would be curious to see, so when you're talking raw numbers of who's not submitted, do we have a percentage when we're looking at our overall business community, who's accessing and who's not? And I know, of course, we're hearing from people potentially that may not have submitted, but I would imagine that for some of these folks, they would assume, and I mean, we've had this conversation as council before, that they would like to have some assistance there. And I do empathize with small operations if they've got one or two people, and small business owners are literally doing it all. The less paperwork that we can provide or make it easier for them makes sense. If it's the same person that's been operating a business for time immemorial, it would feel like potentially something that they don't need to do, because, you know, to be clear, a GST submission that you do for business year after year is largely done by your accountant. It's not something that you resubmit. It would be in a sheaf of papers that your accountant submits on behalf of your business. So it doesn't require you to think, oh, I've got one more thing that I need to do. So do we have an idea of like what kind of percentage that we've got of our community of our business community, that's small business that's accessing it versus not accessing it?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah.
So there's, like I said, last year there were 65 deletions, and it's very random. Like, some people have submitted for 3 years in a row, and then last year all of a sudden they didn't submit. Like, there's numbered companies. Some of these businesses, like, whatever's on the tax roll, so lots of the time people have that are owning businesses, they own it with like a numbered company, the building. So I don't even know what some of these businesses are unless I actually go and dig in. But for the most part, it's very random who has submitted, who has not submitted. We do website sponsored ads. We send it in I believe in the ActDev discourse we've done it in the municipal scoop. Thank you, that was aside from me. And so like we have done it, and I think this is the 4th or 5th year now, so we're hoping that businesses start to catch on.
And I guess the last question that I'd ask with regards to that is, do we have, like, all of those publications, so the discourse, for example, gets blocked from my town email, I have to actually go in and accept it. So do we have any routine correspondence that goes from the town to businesses that this could be included in there? Because again, I understand that there is an onus on business owners, but I would, the whole intention of this is to be able to facilitate the ongoing operations and success of businesses that are smaller and local to Vegreville. If you're new, that's why we started changing, like when you do your business license, it's easy to see right away that they should be applying for it right off the hop. But it would be one of those things that maybe slip down the line. And each of even the touch points that you've just listed, I think those are all great, but it's one of those things you don't notice until you notice.
The only other thing that we could do is literally print out and send a copy of the declaration to every single tax roll in town. Like that would be the only way that we could include that we didn't miss anybody.
Yeah,
And that takes time and
for sure.
effort. So if that's the will of council, we can absolutely do something, but the discourse, we're only limited by the people that have signed up for it. So if we want to make sure we can capture everything, it would be printing off every single non-residential tax roll and sending the paper out.
Okay. No, I think if we've made it clear that we're not interested in doing paper for everybody, I don't think that's consistent with the message of council. I just, again, I want to make it easy to access for small business owners. And as much as we feel like we're communicating with the public, there are sometimes things that we communicate as an organization that would not reach people that are heads down, tail up, working hard every day by themselves.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. So right now, we were always very geared towards paper, and we're working on becoming paperless. So for some of our accounts receivable invoicing through businesses, our active discourse, like we are starting to compile a list of email addresses for new businesses. I know that when people are applying for business licenses, that's something that we're collecting at that point in time now. But for somebody that's been in town for 50 years that maybe has been missed out, I don't know how else we could get it to them without emailing or mailing out a piece of paper.
Yeah, I guess maybe, sorry, the only other thing would be those that are submitting and using potentially larger organizations to do their tax filing, just as a reminder to them, like when we're working with them, just to remind them to remind their clients that this is also an option for them, because I don't know that necessarily a lot of people get involved. I mean, for example, some business owners are very intimately involved in the day-to-day paperwork, but the paperwork isn't the part that most people are doing for business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the biggest thing that I hear in the business community is, well, why don't you just give it to everybody? Well, then, to qualify for this grant, we would have to send our employees out to verify how many employees each business has. This is the onus on the business. They sign that document, and they swear that this is how many employees they have. That's how they become eligible for this grant. I think the ones that didn't apply this year had sort of forgot about it. And do we have a reminder system or something that we remind businesses that were signed up in the past? There's only so much we can do without tasking all of our staff to take this on. So again, I mean, when it's explained to a business, yeah, I guess the town, we don't want the town running over here going through our books to see how many employees we have. I mean, it's fairly easy. You can do it online.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to accept when businesses say, well, I can't believe you guys wouldn't advertise this. It's like, how much more do we have to do? I mean,
it has been talk of the town every single year since it's come out. So I can guarantee that. It's been in the municipal scoop. It's in the ActDev discourse. It's on social media. Like I said, aside from mailing every single non-residential tax roll, that would be the only way that we could ensure that we hit everybody.
we can't blanket this and just offer it to everybody without verifying their employees. And we, as an employee of the town of Vegreville, cannot sign a document saying how many employees that business may have. So this is the part that people don't understand. Go ahead, Councillor Bo.
Maybe it's just as simple as putting the PDF copy in with the utility bill when you're emailing it out to the business.
Well, is that not essentially the same as it being in the scoop, because it's a PDF attached to the utility bill?
Yeah, but it says it in the scoop in a little line when you get this form as another attachment. Well, what's this other attachment? Or print, as you open up your bill and all these attachments come up, if you click on them, then it's right there, not just written.
But then we would have to print out 3,000 copies or however many copies for the paperless, or the people that are still on paper. So is that something that council's willing to do?
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with?
Printing out the bill. With printing it out for those businesses if it comes to that. Because if we're missing it, or if they're missing it, we're doing one more favor. That is a favor. It's their responsibility to fill out the form. That's as much as we can do, is actually give them the form. And then if they don't fill it out then, they don't fill it out.
Oh, I think actually Justin has.
Oh, sorry.
No, I think I was actually gonna bring up that thing about emailing it in, but if it's a one-time thing that we're putting it in for those that haven't gone paperless yet, I mean, we've covered all our bases then. We've said this is as much opportunity as we can give you to do this.
It would also go to every single, like, non-resident, or residential household as well that has paper.
They would just ignore it then, yeah.
Oh, then we get actually people that have home businesses would like to apply in. But I always explain to them, I'm like, if you want, we can tax you at the non-residential rate. You're not gonna be happy.
Right. I don't know any other way that we can, how can we do it where we say, this has definitely been given to you. You definitely have seen this, even if you don't listen to the scoop, or you don't read the paper, or you don't whatever. We've given you an opportunity here, and then after that, it is what it is. And it's once a year. We can do it, right?
In December would probably be good, because it's right after November 30th is the declaration. The December bills go out the first week of December, and it's due for the end of December. So that would work.
So I would say that I like how simple it is, because honestly, I could have filled out 17 of them in the time we just talked. It's literally a one page and a click.
Especially
It's-
if you know
it's not a
your
hard
name and
thing.
address.
And
You'd be
there
way
is
ahead
some
of the
things
game.
that are responsibilities, and I do want people to get these things as quick as possible. I'm listening to that, I'm wondering if this is efficient, and the more things you send out, the more that get ignored sometimes. So this may not even be a thing, Dale. So you might say, Tina, that's a dumb suggestion, so it's okay to do that. But because they know, and every single person's well aware, you need a business license. Could it somehow attach to when they fill out the business licenses? As a form that's right there with the business license. And I don't want to add a problem for your department. I'm just thinking that there's no business that can pretend you don't need an annual business license. Could that be a thing?
That works for the first year. So Dale's department has been really good at anyone attaining a new business license. They've been giving them the form for the current year. But then every year when we issue business licenses, it's in February, which is after the declaration period. So that's the problem. So we'd have to change our renewal, or, because if we did the October, November renewal, we could send out the declaration form with the invoices for the current year. So we could send out the invoices early.
When we run off our utility bills, is it just alphabetically, or is it separated from res and non-res?
No, it's basically numbered companies and then alphabetical. So it would have to be everybody.
Okay, so we'll figure out what we're gonna do in this, but for what we need to know right now, if they had applied right now for 2024, we'd be setting at 17.56
For small business.
for non-res, which is important. And it's important we get this out. So I would like for you to put something together, if you could, for the chamber. And let's start where they're at the chamber, let businesses know, especially chamber members. There's been some push to the chamber to represent, we all seen some letters that we're the third highest in the province, and they need a 35% reduction. It's not accurate at all. But again, I guess being accurate is really not that important in today's society if you're speaking. I mean, just lying seems to be you get people motivated. Anyway, we will put something together for the chamber. We are going to discuss later how we're gonna move forward to try to make this even simpler for businesses to a point where, we're not going out to their business.
No.
Okay, sorry to steal your show, keep going.
No, I appreciate the comments. So we're gonna talk about non-residential equalized tax rate a little bit more. I have one more slide on it, so the next slide. So this one here, the highest bar is the town of Vegreville at 21.8. So that's 2024 equalized. So as I had noted, the alberta.ca financial indicator graphs, they do have some real-time information. So 21.8 is our non-residential equalized tax rate for 2024 without factoring in the small business deduction. Small business deduction, 17.56. We are now the third lowest, or the third highest on here of the comparable municipalities. As you can recall, the slide 5 or 6 slides back, the highest was almost close to 40. So this is just of comparable municipalities. So these are Town of Devon, Town of Didsbury, Town of Redcliffe, Town of St. Paul, Town of Stettler, Town of Vegreville, Town of Vermilion, Town of Wainwright, and Town of Westlock. So the 3 highest are Town of St. Paul, Town of Vegreville, and Town of Westlock. So our adjusted mill rate for small business is 17.56, which would bring us down below Town of St. Paul, which is 18.5, and Town of Westlock, which is 17.6. As a reminder, some of the population on here is less than 5,000, including Town of Vermilion. They're sitting at 13 mill rates. If you adjust for the 3.8569, which is our policing rate for 2024, that's 13.7. So we are actually, as a town, bringing in equivalent municipal taxes to that of Town of Vermilion. Once you've equalized the assessment and take out the policing and the small business rate, the Town of Vermilion and the Town of Vegreville is actually collecting comparable dollars for dollars from small businesses. So,
Sorry, yeah. And I think this is the tricky thing that is difficult. So like, just to recap the definition of an equalized tax rate, would you be able to say that one more time? Because I think this is where dazzling them with details or dazzling people with details is very difficult, particularly when you look, for those of us that know, looking at that list of comparable towns, the ones that are the highest are ones that pay for policing.
yes, that is correct.
So it's very difficult. This is not an apples to apples comparison. And if you look at some of those that are the lowest, it's those that have a large industrial gift, which means they have a large non-residential tax base to be able to supplement some of their coffers, which makes it a little bit difficult for us. It really is not, even when you go onto the provincial website, it's not easy to access without knowing all of the backstory, which is why it's hard for us to be able to explain to folks or for people to understand truly what's happening, because it's difficult.
Absolutely. So an equalized tax rate is the tax rate from all of these municipalities factoring in or taking out requisitions. So the requisitions are what we're required to collect from ratepayers, but then we remit elsewhere. So the education tax we collect, we're governed by what we have to collect, and then we remit it to the government. The Minburn Lodge, they govern what we collect, and then we collect that $200,000 and we remit it to the Minburn Lodge. Like, the town does not receive a penny of those requisitions to use for municipal purposes. So this equalized tax rate is taking out all those kind of odd factors that people have to collect for their municipalities and breaking it down to just municipal rate. Just to be clear, policing is considered part of the municipal rate when you're doing an equalized tax assessment. So, and another thing is mill rate times assessment equals property taxes. So some of these other towns, like Town of Devon, just with its proximity to the city, when we're talking about a non-small business paying 21.8 mill rates on land, as a reminder, we are selling land for $50,000 an acre. You can have a building, build a $6 million building, and it be assessed at $6 million. You go and do that somewhere just out of the city, I guarantee you land is not $50,000 an acre. And if you're gonna purchase a building, it's probably $2 million more. So $2 million with the 10
assessment.
mill rate difference, you're actually paying significantly more taxes, and you're paying an extra $2 million for the building. That's financing, that's a down payment. Like, the barriers to entry for even large businesses are so small in town right now. Like, yes, the 21 mill rate seems high, but if you have a $6 million building here versus a $12 million building in the city, that makes a huge difference. So you have to remember to compare apples to apples, and you have to factor in all things. So the next slide I have here is RCMP detachments. So some of the other comparables that we're looking at, you can see we have a new robust RCMP detachment. We have a debenture for that detachment. It costs us probably $300,000 a year just for debenture payments and interest annually. You can see the town of Stettler has a comparable population at 5695. These are all 2021 numbers. And look at their detachment. That is not costing them $300,000 a year in a debenture. This is factoring out even just like the operating cost of the facility. That is a problem. If Stettler continues to have growth in future, they'll be faced with challenges of having to build a new detachment. And I can guarantee you it's going to cost more than the $6 million that we had to pay for ours.
And to be clear, it's not because we have champagne tastes. This is what we were directed to build.
Absolutely,
We did not have a choice, and we delayed that choice for over 20 years. And so even that comparison as similar sized communities, the cost of maintaining that facility, being able to take that debenture out of our other pool of money that we could have for other projects was not, we made a decision here, but it wasn't something that was decided because we like nice things. It's because we had to.
We did not have creative control of that project, absolutely.
Well, they certainly did, because they told us we couldn't build it for under 10.
Yeah.
And in all the meetings we had going up, I know personally what I told them, that ain't gonna happen. And we got it done for 6, and they said we couldn't do it for under 10, so it wasn't, it's not a Taj Mahal. It meets the purposes now and for future growth, and that's what we do as planners, so.
Absolutely. And to remind others that like that is built into our mill rate already. Actually, can you go back to that other slide, Jameson? It was Stettler and what was the other one? Oh, Devon. So if they continue to have growth and they have to build, so originally it was supposed to be a $10 million building. Let's say that's probably a $20 million project today. What will that do to their mill rate when they have to pay for that debenture and the operating costs? And so it is also something to note. So yes, Vegreville has to pay a lot for policing in the building, but we are a step ahead. So we are ready for growth. Our infrastructure allows for it. We have our forced main replaced. We have the new RCMP detachment. They can't force us to make a new one anytime soon, hopefully. And we're sitting in a better spot than Stettler or Devon, where they have these little old detachments. So, and hopefully that helps us with, like, I know there's always vacancies, like maybe that helps us attract someone to our smaller community. That is a much nicer building to work in than the other ones pictured here. So just another food for thought.
I'll be very quick, but thank you, Megan. Actually, that last is part about the mill rate, though, was the biggest help in a way, though, because there are going to be tons of facts and figures that we're going to pull off. But a mill rate, I mean, and honestly, I don't even think they should bother comparing them, because it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because if their mill rate doesn't factor in, and it can't, obviously, what they're timing that in the assessments, it doesn't mean anything. And I mean, I've had this discussion with people coming from a community of Andrew being a small, tiny community. And it doesn't really matter whether your mill rate is lower and if your assessment is higher and vice versa, and it flips around. So that's, I think, very helpful is what I want to say. It actually reminds us back again that even the mill rate, even the fact that you're telling us has the debenture in it and all the rest of it, that's great. But at the end of the day, that mill rate number actually means nothing when we're not taking into account the assessment number or the cost of the land coming in on it. So helpful, thank you, is my point.
And that's what my next two slides are going to talk about. So the next slide is sales and user charges per capita. So in summary, looking at the town's non-res mill rate alone will not give you a clear picture of the true cost of doing business in the town. Another factor is sales and user charges. So here you can see the town is below the median cost at $813 per capita. As a reminder, this is of all towns. The maximum, I don't know if it's quite easy to see on the TV, but the maximum is over $4,000 per capita when you're looking at towns. So examples of sales and user charges include waste and utility service charges, user fees for recreation facilities, charges for fire, development permits, and transportation services. So these are the fees that you pay every month, every day to live in a community. And we are in a very favorable place for sales and user charges. A recent example of the low barriers of entry into the town was the recent purchaser of the commercial property raving that their development permit only cost them $200 when they were expecting it to cost in excess of $2,000. Like, that is red tape reduction that the town of Vegreville is providing for even somebody that's not eligible for the small business deduction, for a larger business to invest into town and pay that 21.8 mill rate. The costs that add up throughout the year are important to consider when you're looking at investing in a community. Cost of land, cost of building, like, that is all something that needs to be taken into factor. And this is, I'm not trying to sell to large businesses right now, because they understand that. They can look at the cost of the land, they can look at the cost of the build or purchasing of a building that's already existing at a lower rate, and at the mill rate, they can see that they're saving money. It's the small business and some of the other ratepayers that we have to explain why our mill rate isn't what it is. Like, you have to look at the whole big picture. The next slide is percentage of development permits approved and number of days for approval. So town of Vegreville is partway down, fourth from the bottom. It is 100% of our building permits have been approved, and we are the lowest or one of the lowest for the number of days of approval, so it's 2. So another red tape reduction that the town of Vegreville is applying. So you can see 100% of permits have been approved, and the average number of days is 2. The 100% approval rate is credit to our infrastructure planning and development team. They work with developers and other builders to ensure that a permit will get approved. This means looking at a number of drafts and explaining how they could be updated to conform with our land use bylaw, and that's them putting in the hard work, not necessarily like in the city where you submit a permit, it doesn't conform with the bylaw, denied, on and on and on, another permit fee. Our team really works with people that are bringing development permits in front of them and making sure that things are a way to conform before we actually take payment for them. So that's excellent value for our permits. In this current season, a development permit being approved in 2 days versus in excess of 20, like the town of Stettler, could mean pouring concrete and building a structure now versus waiting until spring. So those are red tape reductions. Director Lefebvre calls it same-day service. They really try to encourage development and remove any of that red tape and barriers to entry into building in this town. So just another factor to look into. You're welcome.
Well, we are definitely moving in the right way. We're taking care of all of our infrastructure problems to accept the growth that's going to make this a town one of the greatest places to have a business. Mm-hmm. And without the steps that we've taken with the flood mitigation, with the forest main and the other projects we've taken on with the new RCMP, these things, there's no way that we can expect the growth down the road that we're expecting. So I think we've all done a good job, if you ask me. Right? I can hardly wait till the community starts running around hollering, oh my God, they've done such a good job. It's going to be so awesome. Look at that. They got everything done that needed to get done to be ready for growth. They'll probably get an award.
Don't hold your breath. But I was going to say, similar to what Councillor Warwas said previously, I think the end portion of what you explained, Director Saskew, I think is some of the messaging that might be helpful if we're going to be communicating with the business community and the community at large, is some of those endorsements from people that are busy developers and are experiencing working with other municipalities as well as other realities. Because I think part of this conversation is not only, none of us expect to get awards or a slap on the back, although it would be nice to not get a kick in the pants sometimes, because there are some decisions that are outside of our control. But when we do have control, we've made it very clear that this council expects that we're thinking of our business community and our residents, current and future. And so we've done some very deliberate things. So if we can find a way to be able to share that good news in a way that's palatable, I look forward to hearing the endorsements of folks like the newest developer, because those are real-time stories. And thank you to our staff that are doing all the extra work. I know that the math is always fun, but at the end of the day, this affects people. And that's really our whole point of what we're trying to do here.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we're gonna move in to the actual numbers. Now is a good time. Does anyone need a break right now, or?
Break? Okay. Just turn your microphones off. We'll keep the feed going.
this one.
Yeah. And then just get in your binder, and we're gonna flip through everything's like, you should be on this page in your binder.
Okay. And you don't want us to put this in, we're using this one to
Yeah,
carry through.
keep it out, because we're gonna talk, I'm gonna specifically reference all the initiatives, so you can either like check them off as we go through them, or just for your own reference. Keep that handy. So the first page is consolidated. Are we ready to go? Okay, we are live, you guys. So this is the 2025 budget summary. So if you can bring up my slide. There are, the following key items are included in the 2025 operating budget. So a 2% increase in net municipal taxes equating to $245,999. As a reminder from earlier discussions, a 2.5 tax increase in assessment does not indicate 2.5% increase in mill rate. The town has seen growth again in the past year. Last year, a 5% increase resulted in lower mill rates for citizens, meaning that the town saw growth in excess of the 5% that we levied in 2024. The 2.5% tax increase is aimed at capturing the growth with new developments added to our taxation pool rather than actually increasing taxes to the average citizen. So we have additional structures that have been built, we have additional roads, areas to maintain. We need to tax the growth to maintain the level of service for these new existing buildings that have been made. So there's both residential and non-residential growth in 2025. The goal of the town is to lower mill rates. We are working with our assessors to correct assessments closer to market values as we're having marginal tax increases in a time of growth. We should hopefully see all mill rates become more comparable in the coming years. So right now, even non-resident or residential as an example, most people's taxation notice and assessment, the assessment rate that is on their tax notice is much less than what they'd be willing to sell and market their house for. So we are hoping to see some of those corrections, which will also help with some of our mill rate. Like I said, mill rate should not be taken as a single factor. It's assessment times mill rate equals property taxes. So what we're deciding here in this budget process is what level of property taxes the town is going to collect, not mill rate, not assessment. The assessment's determined by the assessor. The mill rate is determined by the assessment and the property taxes that we decide to collect.
And how big the budget is.
Yes. And once again, this is another reminder for non-residential small businesses to complete their small business declarations, declaring that they have 50 or less full-time equivalent as of November 30th, 2024. So they would gain access to a favorable tax rate in the 2025 assessment and tax notice if they.
You said November 30th?
Yes, so the declaration date is as of November 30th of this year, 2024, for 2025. So you can, if you're a mom and pop shop and you have 3 staff members, if you submit your declaration and give it to me before the end of November, I will accept that. Like as of today, it's November 12th. So if you pre-declare that on November 30th, you're gonna have 2 staff, I'm okay with that. If you're declaring that you have 50 full-time equivalent today, and as of November 30th, I will be coming and doing some extra investigations to prove that you are exactly 50 full-time equivalent as of November 30th. So for the mom and pop shops, if they wanna submit their declaration today, by all means. It's the ones that are close to the maximum that we have to do more investigation and making sure that they are exactly 50 or less as of November 30th. So by all means, if you submit it now, anytime between now and the last working day of December. So I believe that will be December 24th at noon will be when we are last accepting, oh no, we'll be here on the 30th and the 31st. So yeah, no, we will still be here. So.
Okay, so what you just put up in the slide is this budget is set up with the numbers we're looking at right now would be a 2% increase in taxes,
Yes.
a 3% COLA for the employees, and that's what you've done and balanced the budget out here with.
No.
No?
We are still in a net deficit of 164, so I will get there.
okay.
So first I'm gonna talk about the COLA. In the operating budget is a COLA proposed at 3%. So in the prior year, council opted to take over 100% of the cost of the benefits at a cost comparable to a 2% COLA. This year, a 3% COLA has been presented to council as a starting point at a cost of approximately $85,000 per 1%. The average CPI index for 2024 in Alberta is currently sitting at 2.97%. At the beginning of the year, we saw CPI levels coming in at 4.2 and 3.5%, and they have leveled out at 2% in August and September. So as I noted, the average is 2.9, but the current trends have been closer to 2% in the later part of the year. We've also received data from our neighboring municipalities with COLAs approved between 2 and 4% for 2024. So these are municipalities that approved their COLA for a 3-year span. So these are the ones that I can verify and say that those are what they are. So Town of Devon has a 3% COLA approved. Wainwright has a little bit different. They did $1.50 per hour approved, and Westlock at 2.5%. So as you can see, the range of these communities is between 2 and 3% as well. So these communities were all included earlier as good comparables as per the municipal index. And as I was talking, our budget is not yet balanced. We have some work to do. The budget presented today has a net deficit of $164,505. So senior admin has spent a significant amount of time trimming excess costs, but there's still some work to be done. Rather than choosing initiatives that administration wanted to cut, we are going to go through the initiatives that were presented by the managers and determine which projects, initiatives, and capital are essential to the 25 budget, as well as finalizing what the COLA is and any other items that come up along the way. So this is a working meeting today, and hopefully by the end of it, we can have a balanced budget. So 164, between the initiatives, I think our initiatives are in excess of $5.3 million. I'm sure we can find where we need to decide what needs to be removed from this year's budget based on priority.
Okay, well, there's no sense going backwards here. We need to get a feel from council, how they feel about a 2% tax increase, the way that is presented to us today, and a 3% COLA. So we might as well start there.
So that is my next slide. So in your binders on page 1 is the consolidated. So this is the entire town rolled together. At the third last line in the blue column, you can see it's negative 164,505. That's the number, that's the net deficit that we need to bring to zero or to a small positive by the end of the day today. Whether we decrease the net tax increase or decrease the COLA or cut some initiatives, we will get there hopefully by the end of today. So moving on to pages 2 and 3, we have general taxation. So as we're going through this binder today, everything that's on even pages is the 3-year budget compared to 2024 actual. And then on page 3 is the 2024 budget compared to 2025 budget with the dollar change and the percentage change. So it's all the same numbers. So you can see at the bottom of page 2, 2024 budget was $11,410,284, and at the bottom of page 3, 2024 budget is $11,410,284. So these are the same figures, just presented in 2 different ways. So there's the 3-year budget that we're going to approve, and then current year compared to prior year, and dollars change. So taxation and general revenue on page 2 or 3, as discussed in prior slide, a 2.5% tax increase. Actually, I think it's only a 2% tax increase. I'm lying to you. It's a 2% tax increase. So that is a 2% tax increase built into the 2025 budget. So you can see the dollar change, $245,999, and it's a 2% change on page 3. Management and staff have spent a significant amount of time preparing detailed work plans and budgets to ensure efficient operation of the town and the responsible utilization of taxes collected from ratepayers. So you can see there's a 1% increase to franchise fees. These are based on expected figures provided from ATCO based on projected revenues. So they, in the past, have come in very close with their projections. And note that council did not elect to change any franchise fees. The change in collected is based on ATCO's projections. So we still are at the same franchise fees rates. We're just projected to receive 1% more revenue or $14,000 additional. You can also see a 20% increase to fines, licenses, and penalties. That is a $20,000 increase to the revenue line for tax penalties. Unfortunately, actual tax penalties have been in excess of $120,000 for the past 3 years. So that is citizens not paying their taxes by the June 30th deadline or the December 30th deadline where we do the 15% on everything. So our penalties have been coming in as of 2024. Our actual to date is $139,643. So I've added additional $20,000 to the budget to reflect actual tax penalties that we've been collecting historically. So if there's no discussions on this page, we can get into further. I'm sure council does have comments about a 2% tax increase, but as we get through the remainder of the budget, we can probably make that decision further along.
Go ahead, Councillor Riddick.
So just to be clear, a 1% equates to 122 and change? Because it used to be when we were talking back when Mayor McPhee joined the group, it was, used to be 1%, used to be about $75,000, so
It's 85.
85?
Yeah.
Okay. 85 equates to 1%.
For COLA,
Yeah.
a tax increase represents a little bit more than that in a one.
Actually, 245
Yeah.
divided by 2. Yeah.
You're
So
right.
that would be helpful just for.
122. Yeah, you're correct. 1% tax increase is approximately $120,000.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, so just so I know, moving forward, where is the surplus, the allocated surplus from 2024? Where is that showing up in here?
It's not, because we're funding projects in 2024 to pull debentures in 2025 at the updated rate.
Okay.
So we're not going to factor that into 2025 budget. We're hoping to maintain reserves as long as council is okay with that. We will need that unallocated to fund 2024 to carry into 2025, and then when we get debenture payments, we can reallocate that unexpended surplus.
Okay.
If that's the will of council.
Okay, just, I didn't see it here and I didn't know how you were.
Yes.
Okay,
It was
that's,
intentionally left out.
okay.
Okay. So and just to be clear, the unallocated surplus, unless we're actually bringing that money into the budget, it wouldn't be in the operating budget at all. It stays in reserves. So the next page, we have council on pages 4 and 5. So you can see at the bottom of page 5, the dollar change is $64,888. So that's an increase from prior year. This is due to 2023 using the last of the 2020-2021 savings with transfers of reserves of $41,700. So you can see that on the bottom of the 2024 budget there, $41,700. That was from our COVID years when people weren't using PD and all of those different things. We, instead of just putting it into unallocated surplus, we transferred those into carry forward reserves, and so gave taxpayers a break every year because we had already collected those funds. The other $20,000 for the increase in expenditures, $23,188, includes $854 for the Veterans Memorial Highway. So that's to go onto that board. That's something that council's going to determine if we're doing that or not tomorrow at council meeting. And as well as changes to meals, mileage, and airfare for actual conference locations in 2025, as well as $8,100 additional in professional development for in-service training, as there is a municipal election in 2025. We are now legislated to require certain training for councillors. So there is additional training that has been budgeted, especially for new council members. There's courses and programs that they are legislated to, required to take now. So that is Initiative 56 on our chart. So you can go back to this page here. Initiative 56 was $62.50. Additional for council orientation, and then $1,815 annual costs for a total of $8,100 for professional development. So the $62.50 is a one-time expense for a election year. Any questions on this one?
Looks like we're good.
Legislative, so that's on pages 6 and 7. So as you can see, the dollar change is actually $1,385. It's very comparable to prior year with it's actually a net decrease of $1,385. Included in this is initiative actually not included in this. Initiative 55 for election, it's actually in corporate services because that is where it's always been budgeted. So just to be consistent with account coding, Initiative 55, which is under legislative services, is actually in my corporate services budget. So no changes here. Any questions? I will note one change, so the dollar change in employee benefits, the $9,000 change, that is because in 2024, we had, no, that actually isn't because of that. That must be just someone being on budget. Anyways, that was from 2023. So 2023, we would have had an extra member on there. And actually, that is why. So in 2024 budget, we had actually budgeted for, remember, there was the executive assistant or the assistant to
Yep.
the CAO. So that is why that's down. So that was included in 2024 budget, but not actually executed in 2024 because we never did fill that position with the CAO change in 2023. So that is why that's down $9,000. Next is corporate services on pages 8 and 9. So this, we are seeing at the bottom of page 9, a net increase of $59,726 for 2024. 30,000 of this is attributed to Initiative 55, which is the municipal election, costing $30,000. In services, contracted services, there's an increase of $75,564. That's Initiative 34, which is IT services. I have updated that after talks with Shinatech to be $174,000 for services plus $35,000 for Microsoft licensing. So that's our total cost of $209,000, which was much less than the proposed $274,807 when we had first talked about budget. So that is some good news there. Sorry.
But that's subsumed in the larger contracted services.
Yes, so that's 274 was what was originally proposed. We have brought that down by almost $70,000 with discussions with Shinatech.
The sheet here.
So Initiative
Line
34.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, I'm not seeing the same number on here, but that's because it's included in all of the contracted services.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of different contracted services in my contracted services. So that makes up most of the increase. Also, I have in Initiative 35, so that is, yeah, server upgrades and warranty. So that was originally proposed at $8,000. We have brought that down, so this is also included in contracted services. We have brought that down to a net ask of $37.75 to extend the warranty on our server. So that's included in the 551 contracted services line here. So we plan to buy extended warranty on our main server and then complete a server consolidation project in early 2025. So that'll remove an unnecessary server, and the cost of the server project will be recouped in our monthly savings for backups in the remainder of 2025. So we actually will have no budget impact from the consolidation cost, and then we will actually see savings in 2026, which then can be used to upgrade our server or move to cloud services. So right now, we are at the mercy of what GP, so Great Plains Diamond, our current system decides to do in the coming years. So they're saying that the way that we have things installed in our server right now will come to end of life 2028 possibly, 2026 possibly. So we are just at a hold and wait pattern right now to determine what our future plan is for our actual municipal software. So if they're gonna force us to go to cloud, which a lot of places are forcing that, we won't need as robust of a server. So our current server, with it consolidated, we won't then need to buy that $40,000 server that was proposed that we had talked about. So for 2025, our plan is to buy extended warranty so that if there is a server malfunction or failure, we can get it replaced or fixed immediately, and then moving into the future planning depending on what our developers are letting us know is happening. In relation to my additional initiative of the Questica Cloud, that's another one that we're gonna hold and wait. We removed it from the budget. That was $14,000. Same thing, we're just waiting to see what is required and what they're actually, so they're all threatening that they're gonna move to cloud. We're just gonna hold and wait and see what happens in the coming year. And then my Initiative 37 paperless, that will continue with costs built into the existing budget. The goal for 2025 is to continue to make accounts payable and accounts receivable paperless. That is something that we're going to continue. And then on page 9, you can see that other income, or not other income, government transfers is up 50,573. That is because the old MSI operating, now LGF, they have pledged to keep the doubling of operating funds consistent in 2025. So we've actually updated the budget to reflect that. So that's an additional $50,000 that we will receive. And the decrease in other income is the paper statement fee reduction. We've seen another influx of paperless subscribers for utilities, and therefore our paperless fee revenue of $75,000 is now overstated. The updated budget amount for 2025 is $25,000 to be consistent with what paperless funds we're actually collecting going forward. So, and last year was also the last of the carry forward from the COVID years. The 42,800, which is at the bottom of page 9 on the far left, that was the last of the carry forward grant. It was actually an error last year. It should have been 12,500, and as that was the remaining carry forward grant that was available. So we no longer have any carry forwards from COVID, which is not a bad thing.
Is there any other grants, MSI or anything that are still unused right now?
That is more so for capital, not necessarily.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, so we do have $93,000 of MSI that we have to allocate somewhere.
Okay.
Yes. So the next one here is community engagement and economic development. So we're on pages 10 and 11. So this includes seed and visitor information operations. There is a net increase in ask of $61,820, or of this $3,000 is for the VIC, and the remainder is to seed. So first I'm going to focus on the VIC. Revenues have increased by $24,500. That is to accommodate for actual expected earnings for putt-putt, ice cream sales, and paddle boats in 2025. Less a decrease in expected federal grants for summer students of $8,400. We cannot rely on the Canada Summer Jobs Grant in 2025, so we've just removed the federal funding from our budget. If we get any, that's great. We'll have a slight surplus. We're not going to depend on it. Just to be clear, we are still funding and budgeting for all of the summer students. So we just have removed the revenue from Canada Summer Grants as the same thing what we had done when the STEP program had ceased to exist for several years. We also have in the VIC Initiative 39, which is extended VIC hours, so that's $15,000. This makes up half of the increased wages on page 11. So you can see salaries and wages up $33,525. $15,000 of that is related to Initiative 39, which is extending the VIC hours. The remaining increase is for COLA and grid movements for the existing staff that exist within here. So that would be all of the VIC workers, their grid would be adjusted. All of the seed workers, all of their grids would be adjusted too. So overall, $15,000 of that increase is the extended VIC hours, and the remainder is for just general salary and grid movement. For the VIC again, souvenirs and food and beverage costs have also increased to accommodate the increased costs with projected revenues in 2025. For seed, we have the following 4 initiatives included in the budget. So Initiative 38, wayfinding signage, $150,000. So that is under, it would be under contracted goods and services, but obviously there's so many ins and outs of the budget that there's actually only a $9,000 change. But included in the wayfinding is funding of $94,000 in carry forward reserves. So it's a net ask of $56,000 in 2025. This means that if approved in the 2025 budget, we will have the funds to complete phase 1. There's also a $17,500 carry forward funds being brought in as a result of the grant that Lane received. Some of that grant was used for the guys with the drone.
Oh, okay.
Content creation. Sorry, that escaped me. So, and then the remainder of that is those funds. We also have in seed Initiative 40, which is Pasanka Park branded merchandise. That's $5,000. That's included in goods and services, or goods, materials, goods, supplies, and utilities. Note that overall materials and goods purchase is down by $24,000 because last year we budgeted $15,000 for the paddle boats and $10,000 for putt-putt. So that's why it's decreased. But overall, there is many initiatives that have been built into this budget. Initiative 41, event hosting funding. This is included in the contracted services line in 2025. And then Initiative 42, enhanced advertising marketing for $75,000. This is a continuation from the prior year initiative. So there's no increase to the budget for 2024 with this initiative, but it is still contained within the 2025 initiative. So overall, net ask of additional $61,000. Any questions before we move on?
Don't see any.
Okay, community services admin. I actually have a slide for this one too, if you don't mind. It's slide 14. So included in these line items is community services admin and public health services. In the community services, council has approved funding for the following initiatives and organizations. That is really small now that it's up on the screen. I'm sorry. Vegreville Transportation Services Society, $22,000. That's the consistent from prior year. Prairie Tales Animal Society is $20,000. That's up from $17,000 in the prior year. So STARS, they made a recent presentation to council, and this has been built into the budget for 2025, $11,416. Council has not yet approved any of these, so we obviously, if we're not willing to do the STARS one, we can always remove. Crossroads Regional Economic Development, that's a $20,000. That's the maximum ask. It may go down depending on how the regional economic development project works for 2025. We also have $31,223 for Northern Lights Library Services fees. There's $10,000 for Canada Day fireworks. $18,000, so that's to the Chamber of Commerce. That is for the licensing of the egg. And then Vegreville Centennial Library is a $270,000 ask. Last year, their ask was or what we funded them was $256,000, so that's a $12,000 increase. So, funding for Transportation Society and Prairie Tales are direct transfers to the organization, as would be the STARS, the Crossroads, and the Northern Lights. Just a thing, the funding for the Vegreville Centennial Library is by way of funding of net operating budgets, so that its revenues and expenditures are included in the revenue expenditures of the towns. So we will get to that further on in the presentation where the library is sitting. We can definitely decide that number then. In 2024, in relation to public health, there was a new doctor that was funded out of the public health line. The increase in the budget to 2025 is to fund the full amounts again, but there's still ample carry forward reserve from the COVID years. So we are actually having no net operating cost impact from that. I brought in carry forward funds and we're funding that additional spot for any additional doctors. So that funding is always there in the event that we get a doctor without it being planned, as in this year. And the net increase of it's actually a net increase of $47,323. So you'll see that at the bottom of page 13. That is a result of the STARS, Crossroads, and the additional library ask in 2025. Is there any comments or discussion on that right now?
Won't see any. Okay.
The next two pages are FCSS. The net ask for FCSS is down $18,816 from prior year. Variances are due to various changes in funding and programming proposed for 2025. So I don't have a lot of comments on this one. FCSS has specific grants that are funded and have to keep in their separate call-in items. So there's not a lot that we can dig into on these ones. So now we're at the library. So I will give you a caveat. We printed this out last week prior to hearing back from the library. I actually didn't see their full budgeted ask by line item in Murray's presentation today. But you can see there's a $273,580 net ask. They have cut the $3,580. It's just a $270,000 ask. So a couple items to note on here that I noticed is the wages. Hold on, I gotta go one more page. So the wages are up 10%. They have hired additional staff members that were proposed last year, and then they cut, when we cut their funding. Before the last library manager left, they actually hired those staff. So those staff are hired and, so to say, funded. So that's why it's a 10% increase in wages rather than like the 6% that we were seeing across the board. They have also built in a 2.5% COLA for all of the library wages. So in salaries and wages is a 2.5% COLA, as well as additional staff members that have been hired. Some of the other line items are them changing their own things. So I can't really get into too much of that. The net ask is 270. So if council would approve that, then they would go ahead with their budget as presented. If council chooses to cut or change the net ask in any way, we would get back to them saying your new budget item is 256,000, same as prior year, and then they would go and decide where they're cutting the remaining funds. So
Well,
not
part of
necessarily-
this 270,000 is the overall cost of running the building.
No, this is additional. This is their net ask to run their operations. The building also costs.
Okay,
I've actually have all of the buildings separate. I was gonna have this handout for you guys. We made some good time today.
The 142,234 number.
yeah.
Which one is it? Oh, it's
I
like,
didn't
It
add
was
that.
like 130 and 140. Yeah, because it was like 136, and then
didn't write
it
it down,
changed.
the library, the net ask for 2025 budget is, pardon me, 100,892 before amortization. So out of the taxpayers' dollars, it's 100,892 is what 2025 budget is proposed.
Sorry, so can you one more time?
It's $100,000.
100,000.
Yeah.
So when we say that, just, oh, sorry, I keep forgetting this thing. When we say that, I'm just talking simplistic. What we're saying, it costs us for everything we provide for them, not in grant, but in everything else. That's the 100,000.
Yeah, so it'd be
It's down from the
270.
previous.
The prior year was 91,000. You have to remember the 142 is including amortization. So to be fair, amortization is below the taxpayers funded line, but amortization is also capturing the cost of building or replacing the library in the future.
Okay, so that 100,000 would be our all-in cost, that it's costing for the building, the operation, and then does that also include any capture of the work that we're doing as far as their administrative and whatnot?
There's a little bit of, there's some allocated wages for facility staff there, but none of my administrative time or anything like that is captured in that, so.
Yeah, and that was my ask as well, because in the presentation that the library had from a gentleman that came in to discuss libraries, obviously, this is something that it would be great if there was some way to capture, because a lot of communities don't get that. They actually deal with their library in their own, and we have, with the Director Saskew doing that, we have our most senior high-level financial person being in charge of, which I guess I'm just stating is, a huge allocation of resources given Megan's experience level.
And we do capture that, sorry to interrupt, we do capture that in the grant that we submit for the library annually to the Government of Alberta, but we don't actually capture that in any of the budget.
Okay, so 100,000 is what we feel it costs. Okay.
Yeah, 100 grand is what it costs for the facility, and then 270 is their net ask for operations. So that would be the total cost to the town taxpayers of 370,000 for the year, for the library, building, and operations.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, sorry, I need to go back again. So the presentation today from Murray, the in-kind was 130 and change, and the budget was 140 and change. So
Yeah, I'm not sure, I didn't vet those numbers of theirs. I did provide them with this before.
I'm sure they
so-
used your numbers. I'm
Yeah.
quite certain that they used your numbers. But, so the material difference would be,
Well, I'm wondering if they maybe pulled from the last statement and used like my dollar value of in-kind as what I put on the Government of Alberta. I don't know how they compiled those
Okay.
numbers. But in-kind would be at least, our budget is 151,850 for 2025 for the total cost of the complex of the library, including amortization.
So less is 100,000. Okay.
100,892 is actually what we're levying taxpayers and ratepayers for the 2025 budget. I will print these out for you guys at lunch and I'll give you, this has all of the buildings on it, because I think that's good information when we're talking about some of the facilities. I didn't expect we would get this far before noon, so we're doing good.
We haven't said yay or nay to anything yet.
No,
We're still listening. It hasn't even got bad yet.
I was like, I feel like I'm like an instructor right now. We're going through and then,
I think, we all think you're doing a good job and then telling us the differences from last year to this year.
Yeah.
And, providing us some information regarding decision-making. Go ahead, Councillor Rudy.
Yeah, and I guess the tricky part is, I know that we have to budget for amortization, but in real, actual dollars, that makes it very difficult.
it's below the line. So we're not levying taxpayers for amortization, but we have to remember to factor in amortization, replacement costs, et cetera. Like, I know with discussions with the library, they were talking about like reserves for future buildings and whatnot. And while the town is still tied in with the library in the way that we are, I think that would be the town's net ask, or to like, that would be the will of council to start putting reserves for the library or building of future things, like, because we're the ones that are doing regional facility studies for recreation, and all of that ties together. And I think it's just the way that our library is set up, there is a bit of a disconnect between like the board and council and like the will of where does it mesh where we're going forward. And obviously like having counselors on that board, that helps, but there has to be like, overall, it's the towns decide on the net ask for where the facilities need to go.
Yeah, and I, even just listening to the previous budget discussion, I think there's a previous chair's approach to budgeting is very different than potentially the traditional approach of the library has been. So it's been sort of an artificial internal mechanism for the library board to manage their budget, which isn't necessarily helpful for this table.
Yeah.
So like a previous chair, Cooper, had experience as, his approach to budgeting was to have that internal control for the library budget, which makes it artificially produce a reserve for their own purposes in terms of their internal budgeting. But from our purposes, from this table, we look at that as a reserve that exists in excess of what we might be granting them. And rather, that was for them to internally manage their work, to ensure that they were operating within the money that the town was giving them and not coming back and asking for additional. So it's a bit, their term reserve is used differently than what we use as reserve here.
And actually, I need to find that. Oh, right here.
I think it has to be remembered, though, that the municipality doesn't actually, they're not obligated to provide facilities for the library. The library is a corporation, so when we provide a facility for them, that's over and above and beyond what is actually required. They can actually be responsible for their own facility.
And that ties to the reserve discussions that we've had. So the prior chair had an agreement with town council that they're allowed to have 15% of their budgeted operating reserve as their max reserve amount. And then anything in excess of that would be returned to the town. So last year, to be clear, there was a reallocation back to the town as per the agreement of $16,000. So they had $16,000 budgeted in and then $16,000 that was taken out because they were past their max reserve. So the new library board is like, why did you take away our reserve? And that's something that they said, like, maybe with that net ask. So like it's a $12,000 increase in net ask. Well, they lost $16,000 of their unallocated reserve last year. So that's why they're like, well, maybe the 270 would work with us giving them back, so to say, what they lost in the prior year. They are also in their current budget using, I forget what the dollar value is, but I think it's $40,000 of their current year reserve. That's at $58,000. So they're, to fund this 270 budget, they are using nearly all of their operating reserve that they have within the town. So I'm not sure how this will be sustainable moving forward into the next year at the dollar values that they have projected. Yes.
Thank you. Did the library members get a COLA last year, or were they just part of our benefit reallocation?
I don't remember if they got a COLA or not. I don't think they did. There was one year that when we didn't get a COLA, they did get COLAs. It's so hard to keep track. That one I can follow up though.
I feel like it was
Yeah.
2 years ago.
And I feel like they did, but you maybe would double check it. And that's also part of our whole, where it's a little bit of a convoluted thing, because at the end of the day, you know, they've had some complaints sometimes even about, you know, being impacted by way some of our benefits go and whatnot. But then the easy route out of that is we don't actually have to have any part of this, because we don't actually decide if they get a COLA. They could give them, if they choose to, you know, cut all their things, and because once we give them what we can allocate them, it's their baby to figure out how to work it within. But some reason I think, Megan, they might have last year. So if you want to double check, I think I do remember seeing it in the line.
It's hard to ask right now too because they don't have their manager right now.
Yeah.
So she's not as quick. She is
Can
consulting.
you verify
Yes.
that we did not pick up the employees' portion of their benefits over there?
Well, the problem is because they are part of the town, our benefit program, because we took over, they had to build that into their employee benefit cost. We didn't pay for it, but they had to build that into their cost on their budget line.
But we did not pick up what we offered our employees.
No, the town did not. They had to build that into their budget.
So again, they're an independent, on their own, they make their own decisions. Our decisions will be at what level we'll fund them and what we see in cost for the building.
Yeah, so they are part of the town benefit program, but those additional costs that the town took on last year had to be built into their budget. So that goes on the conversation of decisions that the town makes sometimes impacts them. So their option was to either ditch our town benefit program and get their own, or pick up those extra costs in their budget for their staff.
So they did pick it up.
They did, yes.
So then they realized more than a 2% COLA last year based on real money being in their own bank that was not taxable.
Yeah, I will confirm if they got a COLA or not. That I don't know.
Okay.
I could check quickly. Pardon me.
So do we need any more information on the library? Okay,
Excellent. Okay, moving right along. Parks and Recreation.
this is the one, yeah.
This is the one. Okay, so we're on pages 18 and 19. So, Parks and Recreation has decreased their overall net ask by $26,517. The increase of $53,800 to user fees and sales and goods and services, so we're starting right at the top here, is $55,450 attributed to aquatics. So facility passes and rentals have been updated to reflect recent year actuals. So as a reminder, the fees and charges bylaw has been taken into account as we've built our budget. And correct me if I'm not, I don't think there's been significant changes to any of the arena fees or schedule for 2025. Manager Kuzma, okay. And so the only thing that has changed is actuals based on user group actuals in our budget. So as a reminder, facilities and aquatics, those were very hard to budget for post-COVID because it was a whole new era of people using our facilities. So now we have a good historical of what we've actually received in funding from year to year, and that is why the user fees have been increased 55,000. And this is for aquatics, not for arena or anything of that sort. Government transfers are down 14,700. That is due to the removal of the summer student federal Canada Summer Jobs Grant. As it's not guaranteed in 2025, the summer students are still, once again, fully budgeted in salaries to ensure we can still staff and keep level of service the same. You can see here salaries and wages variance is due to a grid and COLA movement. So grid is approximately 3% each grid, and COLA is proposed at 3% right now. So that equals 6%. And then the 2% increase in employee benefits, that is based on our projected costs from Alberta Munis. So that's a 2% is quite small. It's 4,200 for the year over all of those staff. That is a reasonable increase compared to the 20 that we saw in prior years. The $16,530 increase in contracted services is due to it's attributed to the decrease in aquatic net ask. In the prior year, there was a $25,000 purchase for the Whibbit, and it's evident in the $24,250,000 decrease in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities. I missed why we decreased contracted services. I would say it's marginal. I don't have any specific. The shutdown is still budgeted for this year, so that's not part of it. But yes, that in 2026 budget, the decrease in contracted service, you can see, goes from 447 to 387. That is because there is no pool shutdown budgeted in 2026. So that's an every other year project. We had, as you remember, with the pool, we had some things that we had to do, the entrapment devices and whatnot. So the pool shutdown has been not on a 2-year schedule recently, but that's because we had to bring our pool up to standards, otherwise face closures. So 2026, we will see savings as not having a pool shutdown. Initiative 53 is also built in. We have a Parks and Open Spaces facelift, $50,000. That's an additional cost added to the replacement project line, so that's included in materials, goods, and supplies. So no increase in budget from 2024, as last year included the gazebo, pump track, and replacement tree projects that also totaled $50,000. So we're revitalizing our parks for $50,000, and last year we used that $50,000 for the gazebo, some pump track maintenance, and replacement tree project. Interest on long-term debt and debt repayment variances are due to the debenture we have on the arena change rooms. So those are scheduled funds that we pay every year. We have here a $55,000 transfer to reserve in the blue budget line there. That is for the ice resurfacer reserve. So we're putting $55,000 a year away and hopes to pull that from reserve several years from now to purchase a new, the commercial term for it is Zamboni. And then the $50,000 transfer from reserves is the prior year triple deck mower reserve. So we started last year, we're gonna put away money for a triple deck mower. This year, we have decided to lease 2 batwing mowers. That's initiative 27. So we're bringing that $50,000 in that we put into reserve for the triple deck to actually purchase it to fund the lease for this year. So it's a one-time bringing in of funds, but the lease will have to continue year after year. But I had figured that we can use that money to fund that for this year. Overall, net ask of $26,000 less for Parks and Rec. Yes.
This might not be the right place to say this, but I just want it captured somewhere so that we don't lose it. When we're looking at the initiatives, when it comes to parks, recs, and facility, under 54, I do see a thing regarding caretaker at social center. Can we do an additional star for later discussion? I'd like to talk about a social center refresh. And it may not be something that's available, but I think there needs to be maybe a little bit of a discussion about how far we can push that down. And I would want to see it as an actual initiative that would be allocated just to that, over and above trying to find it within the operating. Would that be okay to just note it, at least for now?
Well, and again, we have money in facilities, reserves and stuff. And we're definitely gonna have a conversation about spending some money.
Just so
in
we
that
don't lose it. Somewhere in
Yeah.
there captured that I want to discuss that later.
I mean, it's not in the proposed budget the way we're looking at it today, but we are gonna have that conversation. I think it's important to all of us that we look at that facility.
That's the next 2 pages is facilities. So if there's no questions on Parks and Rec,
Oh, sorry, I'm putting you in the wrong spot for you.
no, all good. That's why I said, use this little chart. We can follow along. It's hard with the budget because the initiatives are presented by the managers and they don't know exactly how the budget is gonna come together. So it is a little bit of flipping and flopping, but eventually we'll get this down.
So just staying with Parks and Rec. So our user fees are gonna stay the same.
That's correct.
We are so far behind most municipalities on cost recovery of rec facilities. We barely get to a 23% of cost recoveries on our facilities. We toured some facilities in Edmonton, and they work around 70, over 70% cost recovery. We know that other municipalities are well over 35, but we struggle to get to 23. Is it just because we've been cheap forever that we just think that we should just not charge to keep up with inflation at least? I mean, is there any thought to what we're doing?
I'll take that. I definitely think we should be increasing them. We just didn't put it in this year. The season's already started. It's hard to increase minor hockey, for example, when they have their rate set for the year. Be something we'd have to look for the following year to start. Should we do it? Without a doubt, we're low behind on all of it. It just didn't pump it up. Didn't know if we want 5%, 10%. If we jack it up so much, people aren't gonna start buying our memberships all at once, right?
But we have to realize that we've seen inflationary pressures on everything that we do. And when we look at other municipalities, even talking to other people that would love to come and rent our ice at that price, because compared to anybody else in the province, we're cheap. So at what point in time do we say that we need, go ahead, CAO Link.
Senior management has been tasked with looking at the fees and charges bylaw as they are going through their budget. The fees and charges bylaw is set to come forward here in November for council to look at and make some decisions on before we pass budget. If council is of the flavor of looking at increasing and wants to have those conversations, everything, we can bring it back for the next ledge meeting. It's not much to add it on, and you guys can have those fulsome discussions on what you would like to see for rates going forward.
I would like to see that. I don't want to add more to a busy time, but I'd like to see that. And then I think a fair way to address it would be that any contract groups that are our contracted contracted users would be held to the price that they started with for the year, but it gives them ample time then, if we change it, to prepare themselves for the following year. And it also stops any new users that come in would then immediately be applied to the new 2025 rate. So for me, I would like to see that, even though I don't want to add another item to you guys.
It helps balance the budget, so, and we have to do it regardless before the end of the year. So this is not something new for us, so absolutely, we can bring it to the next ledge.
Not too hard to make some calls and see what everyone else is paying as well, so it's easy enough to do.
Go ahead, Councillor Rudy.
So just to your worship's reference about increasing our cost recovery, to be clear, it wouldn't be the individual user of going to the pool that you're talking about. You're talking more about the larger user groups, because that would appreciably make a difference to what we're talking about in terms of the actual revenue that we're deriving from recreational activities. You know, changing from $3 to $5 does add up over time, but we're talking about the difference between renting our ice or renting our overall rec facilities is quite cheap compared to other locations, to the point that people are preferring to come here, and we're not actually generating the revenue that we could.
Well, to hear other municipalities and then people in Manager Kuzmic's position and stuff, and facilitator operators for municipalities, when they tell you what their recovery rate is, and I know that we're not Edmonton, but I also know that other communities our size and what they charge, their user fees and stuff, we have not moved anywhere. And as a matter of fact, our cost recovery is going backwards. And I go ahead.
I did increase them last year when we started. So I can't remember the percentage, but it did jump up. I think it's 3 or 4%.
I wonder that it even covered the energy.
No, we just got to continue.
Did even get the climate mitigation in there?
I think it's easy enough to say we're going to increase our fees by 3% every year, at least with the cost of living. At least people understand and know. I think to jump 10 or 15% would probably do those groups a lot more harm than good, right?
And if I remind you, what we had talked about last year, when we look at a 1% tax increase over 5 years, or a 1% user fee increase over 5 years, is not equivalent to 0, 0, 0, and 5 in the third year. So there's compounding interest on that. So doing a small increase every year brings us further ahead in the long run and isn't as hard to that user group.
I do think, though, I still think we need to do a little bit of comparables, though, because we may be far enough behind. And again, I would not hit somebody who already has a budget for the year, but the way the budget breaks down, if we're just saying hockey, for example, we know that in the 2025, they're going to have one season end, but a new one start. So, you know, basically, we could capture half a year's worth of change or increase. And if we find out we're way too low, the only thing I would like to see, and I know you probably know this, it's probably not worth saying it, but if you're looking at a few comparables, let's just try really to make sure that we're only pulling comparable rates from ones used by municipalities versus, like, say, Mundare, for example, where, you know, an Ag Society, because they get additional grants that wouldn't go. So I just want to compare the ice rate per hour based upon municipal one runs versus others.
Well, there's certainly an expectation of council and of the town of Vegreville to try to stay the cost recovery level. I mean, where we're at right now in this province, we are probably well below the norm. And not everybody uses our rec facilities, so there must be some expectation that taxpayers want us to get within a certain range. I mean, we're never gonna be as high as some, that's for sure, but the expectation would be that we try our best. So would you say that by January 1, we could have something in place for fees and charges to move forward into the 2025?
That is the plan. We will have that at a ledge meeting before will be the next ledge meeting.
And again, we can take small steps, but taking a step is a start.
And we'll get into this later, but included in the fees and charges is water rates and airport rates and there's a lot of different maybe contentious issues this year. So we will get into that later in this presentation as well, so.
Okay, any more on Parks and Rec? Okay, we'll move to facilities.
Okay, so we're on pages 20 and 21. So the net ask for facilities is actually equivalent to prior year with a small decrease of $39.84. You can see the 20,500 is a decrease in user fees and sales of goods and services due to decreases in the social center, event center, and library gymnasium rentals to be equivalent with actuals that have been brought in recent years. One thing I have not added is any income to the museum or event center for the lease of Arctic Response. This is an area where we could help add in some additional income. It would be really dependent on council's will to discuss that and determine what a reasonable value would be for that or what the plans are for the museum going forward. So there's something that we can add into there. There is a just about $40,000 increase in other income. That's the addition of $40,000 in sponsorship revenue. So in prior years, this was taken out of the budget because we were not marketing our facilities or assets for any revenue generating sources. So that's boards, the signage, like the TV signage, etc. In recent years, we have brought in at least $40,000. So this has been added back into the budget. So kudos to Manager Kuzmic for actually working on sponsorship at the facilities, so to say, specifically facility sponsorship. We have an increase in salaries and wages. So it's at 9%. So it's partially due to grid movement and the COLA, but there was actually a portion of a laborer's hours that were not budgeted in 2024. I'm not sure how it got taken out. As I said, there was many fingers in my budget last year. So that laborer has been added on because they have been funded for a number of years. And that's actually part of the reason why last year I was confused as to why Parks and Rec were so off for their wages. So it was a whole laborer that wasn't budgeted. So it was actually in facilities, and they're partially budgeted in Parks and Recreation too. So Parks and Recreation is just a bigger budget, so it's 1.1 million in wages versus this is 180,000. So you notice that percentage much more when it's on a smaller scale. So that has been added back in. There has also been, I'll get into that actually. I'll just continue with my slides as I have them. So we have in contracted services a $20,000 increase. So included in that is Initiative 48, which is the ceiling fan installation of $15,000 at the fire hall. So that's been added to replacement projects, which would show up on the contracted services line. Initiative 49, security system and camera upgrades, so that's $40,000. That's included in facilities admin and replacement projects, which also gets rolled up into contracted services. Some other changes for contracted services include the social center. They have a $35,000 allocation for a caretaker. So that's that ad that I have there under number 54 on the initiatives page. So we have 2 vacancies for laborers in facilities right now. One position is not filled as they left their role and we haven't replaced them, and the other one is on leave. The position that is not filled, Manager Kuzmic has asked that we reduce their budgeted hours down to 0 and put a $35,000 allocation to contracted services for the caretaker. So this would be the caretaker at the social center so that we could have somebody kind of on call there during events as we had in the past. This is countered by savings to contracted services with the new janitorial contract as well. So there has been some savings in janitorial across all of our facilities by moving our janitorial into one. So the administration building alone is seeing a $22,000 in savings. So there's been some allocations that have been moved from, like, let's say the admin building to RCMP and the fire hall, et cetera. But then our admin building itself is seeing $22,000 in savings. There's also in the prior year in contracted services was $15,000 allocated for the public works bathroom renovation, which is not budgeted in 2025, obviously. So there's some savings there as well. Continuing with contracted services, there's lots of initiatives under facilities. So the post office stairs, Initiative 50, was originally $28,000, and now it's budgeted at $13,000. So that got changed. Really, there's a $13,000 carry forward from prior year as well. So,
I thought that 13 was going towards the boiler.
and I was going to say that's going towards the bowler. So I think that needs to be updated now because that's changed since I did that. So there is a $13,000 ask for the post office stairs, which if we wanted to, that would be a $13,000 addition to the budget at this point in time. Manager Kuzmic said that we could probably get by.
Yeah, I think that'd be an easy one to cut. We can push at least 2 years out of those stairs yet. So.
Okay, so when it comes to this caretaker and social center, we'd like to really see what the job responsibilities and what that contract would look like. Would they do the booking? Would they be responsible, you know?
My vision for that is we'd still do the booking, that way we're in control of all the money. And the funds would come to us, they would be there for events, help set up, clean up, tear down, and be there if something majorly happens. We're still responsible for the building envelope. And, just instead of having the current labor position that was there, it just makes more sense. He spent 40 to 55% of his time at the social center anyway. So setting up, tearing down, that would be their responsibility. We still do our bookings in the guest services area at the facility. So our current lady would take those, book them, still meet them. We do our walkthroughs, do all that, and that person would just be pretty much there to attend the events, make sure everything runs smoothly, and help us set up and tear down and the cleaning.
So would they be the liaison to the user? Like,
Yes.
if the user was to show up, they could actually let them in when they wanted in and be there when they wanted to leave, and these other things that we're probably spending a lot of overtime on right now.
So we haven't been too crazy on our overtime there, thank goodness. We've been trying to work within our hours. But, yeah, that's what they would be there for, so.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, and maybe that was discussed previously, and I didn't make it through the 6-hour-long extravaganza video. But just so I'm clear, because this is a role that we had previously, and we've kind of gone back and forth, and so I think all of us on council have been at an event and been asked to replace the toilet paper or do other things because it.
Plumbing.
Yep.
That's why we need somebody there to do.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be is, the intention is that somebody would be there and/or available at all times during events?
Yes, I think if we're gonna push that building, we need to offer that service too, so has to be there. Some of the things I've noticed too. It's easier when somebody leaves our organization, I always like to look at those positions. Is there a different way we can allocate those funds? And this is one way to do it.
Okay, because that would be maybe a return to what people have always expected, actually, in the interim, that we've kind of changed our operations, but people's expectations haven't changed. Okay.
Okay, so we are definitely going to be having more conversations about the social center as we move forward in this budget. And we're not asking really to change the budget, but we do have some facility reserves. And I know that all councillors included feel like when was the last time that we felt proud of that facility at an event? And it's a priority of council. We want to get back. It's not going to be overnight, but we need to start making steps. Plus, supplying the resources financially that it's going to need to get that place back into shape.
It's awesome to hear. It definitely needs a definite overhaul, so.
Go ahead, Councillor Bullock.
Just burning in the back of my mind, like the equipment in the kitchen alone and stuff, so this caretaker is gonna be responsible for that and accounting for all that equipment?
Yeah, so when my plan is that when we have a contract sign in, we're gonna do a walkthrough checklist of all our equipment, charge a deposit, of course. Then when we do our walkthrough at the end, we'll do a checklist, see what's missing. I've noticed tons of stuff going missing lately out of there, and it's driving me nuts. So it's just one way to keep a better rein on it. So, but yes, long story short, they be in there too, to make sure that equipment's not going missing. Still gonna be our envelope to take care of it, to replace stoves, ovens, hood ranges, dishwasher, and repair it all, but that's,
Okay. Director Saskew, where are we at now?
Okay, we are finishing off facilities. So there is a small change to materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, so a net increase of 5,100. I was just gonna note which initiatives are included in there. So we have Initiative 51, which is a chemical storage cabinet and containment, so that's $10,000. And Initiative 52, a sprayer replacement for $3,000. So those got included in facilities budget. So that's a net increase of 13,000, and obviously there's some other savings, probably initiatives from prior year that were taken off. So every year there's, so to say, a portion of our budget that is used to maintain our facilities, and obviously it's not a huge portion because it's 13,000 and there's only a $5,000, so up to 20 grand a year. Yes, Councilor.
So on the additional sheet that you've provided, it has the vandalism allocation removed?
Yes, that was my next line. So it was originally in the budget, and then we pulled it out as it's going to be continued with the $50,000 allocation every year. We can add it back in, but we were at the point where we were starting to cut budget items, and then that's when we had decided that instead of presenting a balanced budget to council, that maybe we should stop cutting things and let council decide what is important to the budget. So we for sure could add that back in, but at this point in time, it has been removed from the budget.
I was just curious, just because in my other job, the Alberta Parks and Recreation Association have seen throughout their members an increase in vandalism. So different municipalities have approached it different ways in terms of allocating budget line, allocating a percentage of their rec spending, and or increasing their public awareness campaign. And I just saw City of Fort Saskatchewan has been doing a social media campaign to increase awareness and encourage reporting of vandalism, but I wasn't aware that it was getting removed. So just want to make sure that we continue to put pressure to the public to raise the importance of protecting something that they've all paid for. And paying for it once and maintaining it is quite a bit different than repairing repeatedly due to vandalism.
And that's absolutely what Manager Kuzmic brought up at the manager meetings, was saying how he's seen an uptake in vandalism. Even the Rotary gazebo at the skate park, it was vandalized before it was even completed. So that is something that when we get into, I think after lunch, we're going to be talking about our facilities in a little bit greater detail. I think we can definitely discuss putting that allocation back in, maybe using some of the 50 for the social center refresh. Like, there's a lot of different things that we can definitely do. $20,000 in the grand scheme of things at the bottom line of our budget is not a huge ask. So I'm sure we can, if that's something that's important, we can add that back into the budget for sure. And we're almost done here, you guys. We're already on Public Works, IP&D. This is a little bit different, so we're not gonna have the comparative pages the same. So infrastructure planning and development rolled up. I have the summary on page 22. And then on page 27 is the comparison of the totals year over year change. So what I did is I provided the detail of public works, municipal services, utilities, and planning on pages 23 to 26. And we're gonna go through those one at a time. And I've done some math, so I've given you guys the dollar change as we go through them. So I'm gonna start on Public Works, page 23. So that is where, okay, I just need to find myself. Public Works includes roads, municipal properties, airport, storm sewer, and cemetery under the manager, Dan Quigg. So for revenues, the user fees and other income have remained consistent with prior year. Government transfers have decreased $10,000. That's for changes coming from Canada Summer Jobs. Summer students, once again here, are fully budgeted in expenses. We just cannot depend on the income from the federal program going into 2025. So if we get the income, that's great. If not, we can still fund our summer students. Salaries and wages have increased 5%. That's due to COLA and grid movement, so not much to discuss there. Contracted services have increased $131,000 over prior year. So included in contracted services are the following initiatives. So initiative 2, pave cold mix roads, that's $110,000. That is actually not in operating budget because it's funded through LGFF. So we have that funded through one of our grants this year. Initiative 3, the new Orthodox runner, that's $12,000. That's included in the contracted services budget. Initiative 6, airport overlay, that's $285,000, that's the town's portion. That is added in for the airport overlay project. There's also $34,500 budgeted in services for crack filling at the airport. Just to be clear, the airport overlay is budgeted as an expenditure and a transfer from reserve. So net budget impact of 0, because that's depending on a grant. And we also have a STIP application in for the 285 portion. So when it comes down to it, if we get funded for the grant, but not the STIP, we will have that conversation with council if we are willing to pull from reserves to fund that 285. But that is best case scenario, we get both grants. Worst case scenario, we only get the one grant, or actually worst case scenario, we get 0 grants. And likely is we get the one grant and we'd have to fund the 285 from reserves. So that's initiative 6. We also have initiative 7, which is repave cemetery entrance for 136. That has been removed from the budget. That Dale has added in, I think, $10,000 for crack filling, and we are going to crack fill the cemetery entrance and not incur this cost at this point in time. That is a big one, and we are trying very hard to balance the budget.
So even under STIP, we'd still have to put 25% in for the overlay for the airport.
Yes. Yeah. And that's through reserves right now. We also have initiative 8, headstone leveling. That's $10,000. That's been added to contracted services. Initiative 24, street sweeper rental, $90,000. That is new, and that's included in contracted services. Initiative 33, Capital Works Highway Avenue, so that's $585,000. Okay, sorry, 586.
680,000.
680, that's not what I have on my sheet.
Whoa.
When did we update that? So that's actually a problem then, because of the 585, I was only able to fund 95% of that through the grant, and I had to add 26,642 into operations. So we are going to have to talk about that. Because now it's gonna have to be a bigger ask from operations, because 689, that is not the number that I have. Okay, so 689. So we're gonna have to talk about this, because now I'm gonna have to fund more through operations or look at our grants again. So that, I'm just gonna make that a star item. And we can talk about that after lunch. We also have materials, goods, so that's the end for contracted services. So a net increase of, I can't remember the dollar value. Net increase of 132,000 over the prior year. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities have decreased 62,000. Included in here, we have the skid steer for $90,000. That's included in goods. And there was obviously some decreases over the prior year. Interest on long-term debt and debt repayments due to debentures in roads and storm sewer. One thing I was going to talk about here is included in municipal properties is street lighting. So as you remember, we did that ATCO LED project recently. This budgeted figure has not been updated as like an expenditure since the 2022-2023 replacement project. We still have, to this day, $159,427 available in carry forward reserve. So council had noted before, the money that we received to invest in that light project would go into reserves. We weren't updating our bottom line until this reserve was fully spent. So I think we have one more year where this reserve is gonna fund any increase or decrease. And at the end of this year, we'll actually have true comparables of what LED lighting costs with the rate riders versus the halogen lights that we had. So last year, year before, that was not a good comparable because we had part year with LED, part year with halogen. So we're not comparing apples to apples. So this will be the first year where it's been fully LED. So for 2026 budget, we will keep you updated on that one. We'll continue to use this reserve upon council motion to fund this budget line until the reserve is fully used. We have some transfers to reserve. So we're already partway down the page on page 23. So you can see in the blue column, $181,000 transferred to reserve under the 2025 budget line. That includes $175,000 in roads. That's the infrastructure replacement fee, which is collected off of our utility bills, and $6,000 in cemetery for perpetual care reserve. And I believe Director Lefebvre was saying that we have to add in additional funding for perpetual care reserve.
Additional revenue.
Yeah, so it's additional revenue and then that goes to the reserve. So we'll increase the revenue and increase the reserve.
What we're doing is taking the 15% perpetual care on niches and earth plots. And we found that the norm is becoming to charge your perpetual care on every transaction at the cemetery. We've got sites that have been there for 100 years, and this perpetual care now all of a sudden has to help with some of those. So we're going to increase the revenue from 15% to 20% for perpetual care charge on every transaction. If that's an open, close, if it's whatever it's going to be. And having said that, that would increase, based on last year, that would increase our revenue by another $4,300 per year. So we're getting about $4,300. This will give us another $4,300. So that at least our perpetual care is doing around the $9,000-10,000 a year. And we're proposing to do between 5 and 10 per year off the start to get some of these orphan monuments straightened out before they fall over and the base is repaired. And then hopefully after we get caught up, then we can start putting some money in the bank, if you will. But right now, this allows us to do the work we need to do today or for the next few years.
And just as a reminder, any funds collected for perpetual care goes into the perpetual care reserve. So if we increase the revenue 4260, I'll also increase my transfer to reserve to 4260. And then we only ever bring what we need to from reserve to fund actual expenditures. So that's this year is the $10,000 for the leveling, headstone leveling. Okay, so that is transfer to reserve. Transfers from reserve, you can see is 309,186, and that is 285 for the airport for the overlay. So that's the town's portion of that program, and the total project is once again 1.1 million. We're funding this through reserves. Once again, there's also that STIP grant that we may or may not get. Once we know exactly which grants we've gotten, we will talk to council before we proceed with the project to make sure that everybody is still on board with the project as set forth. And that is basically the end of it. Any questions?
The airport overlay, like, we never prioritized that as a council. We haven't said that that was important for us to do. We're applying for the grant. If we receive the grant, then we'd have to go to reserves for the matching dollars. Is that what we're saying here?
If we don't get STIP as well, yes,
Oh, okay, if we don't get both grants.
yes.
And also the overlay portion, what we've been doing is crack sealing and then repainting, which is in the budget this year as well. Because if we're not successful with an overlay, then we need to protect the infrastructure that we have, which is aging. It is at its over 20-year mark. So it is showing its wear. So that's why we're now starting to apply for the overlay through the community airports program.
Go ahead.
Do we keep any of the revenue that comes from, so listening back again to the conversation last time, there has been some sale of a hangar and increased usage of the facility. Do we keep that revenue separate? I mean, I know that in general, we've been trying to keep facility expenditures and revenue separate by operation. Is this one of those that we can,
Not at the airport, no.
okay.
We get revenue because we get the portion of the county taxes that they collect, that gets revenue to us. We've got lease slots, we've got nesting sites at the airport, so we do have some revenue coming in. Yep. The runway at the airport, that's just one grant, right? That's just,
I believe so. Pardon me. Okay, so that is the end for Public Works. The capital from operations, just to reiterate, is the airport overlay and the cemetery, nothing, and then probably the skid steer. Municipal services on page 24. So municipal services includes fleet, solid waste collection, landfill, and recycling services under manager Tony Timtishin. Municipal services net costs have decreased $30,000 over 2024. So it's a decrease in net cost. User fee and government transfers for revenue have remained consistent over the prior year. Other income has increased $100,000. This is an additional line item for EPR contributions in 2025 for recycling. I don't know if Director Lefebvre wants to comment. I don't believe we've entered into the contract yet. This is just the projected revenues that we're hoping to get when we enter into that, correct?
yeah, this is what they've proposed to us for the residential collection portion only of this new EPR program. And we have not signed an agreement. What council approved is us to start the negotiation of agreement. So we've given them the information that yes, council's given us to go ahead to negotiate. And now they're going to send us a contract that we can review. So what they've said is, we can base your revenue based on information we've given them for our estimates of what we collect for residential at $102,000. Just for the collection, just for paper products, just for residential.
Go ahead.
So just to correct some of the questions that I had last time, because I attended the same conference that Director Lefebvre and some of his staff did. EPR is a new legislation in Alberta, and while it is an increase in revenue for us, it is intended to also potentially capture some of the expenditures of actually running waste collection and the recycling, but there are other portions that are still to come. So there's only one contractor that's being provided across the province, and the intention is that the consumer, like residents, won't feel any difference to what's happening to their you know, whether they're recycling or not. But it would be incumbent upon us, I believe, upon hearing more and understanding better than I did previously. The extended producer responsibility is supposed to increase the cost to those that produce packaging. But we also want to ensure that residents are recycling as much as possible, because this is literally mining waste and making money from it. So at this point, this is just the residential, but there is also other revenue yet to be captured. So it's actually exciting to be able to have this as part of our potential increase in funds that we can use for waste management that we've never had access to before. And Alberta is the last to the table. We've never done this before. So this potential income will increase over time.
It absolutely will, because we are 100% right now getting paid for just collection. So there's still processing, there's non-residential, there's just a lot more. This is the very beginning. And just some information we're hearing that hasn't been formalized yet, but what we're seeing in our community is that we've just talked about sending out more notices, for example, in the water utility bills, another piece of paper. Part of the audit that we see coming, which they're starting to do in the big centers, is they're auditing how much paper this community is using. How much are we kicking out there? Because now you're becoming part of the problem. So they can take some of the, it almost turns us from a processor into a producer. So we become taxed with EPR because we're throwing out a lot. I believe the direction we're heading with the emails that are going for water bills and things, that it's not going to be a big issue. But, and we don't, when we do send out, we send out 2,500 pieces of paper that would get included in a water bill. But the bigger centers are doing a lot more, and they're pushing themselves on the other end of because they're becoming more of a problem with the amount of paper they're using. So then they get a reduction in the amount that they're getting for collecting it. So it's interesting that they're thinking of different angles as they move forward with it. For the circular economy, who is our pro?
Just so you know, the highway, they're repaving Highway Avenue East. We made the correction on the
I did make the correction. It's on my capital as 689, so it is still only 26 in operating to fund the way that I have my grants. Sandra and I just realized that, so yay. I just didn't update this page.
okay.
There's lots of pages to update.
Because I made stars and lines.
Another $100,000.
I know, I was like, oh no, I thought we went over all this. We are good. I do apologize. I was going over this last night after my children finally went to bed, because nap time did not go as planned yesterday.
Okay, where are we at?
We are on municipal services, talking about salaries. So salaries have increased 4%. That's due to COLA and grid movement.
Okay, every time we get to salaries, you say exactly the same thing.
Well, it is, yeah.
Is there grid movement every year that we allocate into the budget?
Well, it depends on who's hired. So if we have a lot of new staff right now. So if everybody is at their max grid, then there obviously is no grid movement, and the only thing they'd be entitled to is their COLA. But if we have staff that are hired in grid 1 and 2, they are entitled to a COLA annually upon successful completion of performance reviews. So if their performance review is good,
You say COLA, or you mean a grid movement?
grid movement.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, grid movement. Everyone's entitled to a grid movement every year, so long as that they are getting satisfactory reviews.
Up to level 8.
Yes.
Then it stops.
Every year, everybody is eligible for a raise on a grid movement, no matter what, up till 8 years.
And it depends. Sometimes people, the 1 to 8 is more so also for experience and tenure. So if somebody comes to us with a lot of different municipal experience, we're hiring a manager. Often managers aren't hired in grid 1, or even a laborer. If somebody comes to us, a 10-year laborer, that they've done this for years and years, have lots of experience, they might get hired on grid 5, right? So it's not guaranteed that somebody's gonna be level 1, year 1.
But you've said it every time, every department about salary. There is expectation that the employees are gonna get.
Yes, so that's what I mean. So this one, with it being increased 4%, that means that a lot of staff aren't getting grid movement, because we have a 3% COLA proposed in this budget. So if everybody got a COLA and a grid movement, those are the ones that are seeing a 6% increase. But since this one's only 4, well, let's say only 1% of staff are actually getting grid movement in this.
Go ahead, sir.
Just looking at the 2024 actuals compared to the 2024 budget,
I know, I was looking at that too.
it's like $500,000.
You have to remember, this is as of October 31st, and it could have been when it was pulled, like there might have been October wages in November. So that is there. And then I do believe at VMRF and a few other areas, there has been vacancies this year. So yes, there has been
It just looks like a big,
a big difference. I was also looking at
there's a
that
big
too.
gap. And then into 2025, it's like a 51,000 increase. And then budgeting further out, which I know can change, it's only like 10,000 a year, so.
That's because I only budgeted the COLA. Those will just be grid movements. There's only a COLA in 2025. So I have no future COLAs budgeted right now.
I would just think that this being October would be more in line with 3/4 of the year used up than,
It's just because remember, we do 2 weeks and then we get paid the next week. So this could, like, when this was pulled, there could be part of October missing. So it could be just the 9 months. But yes, there were some vacancies in municipal services this last year as well.
so we should see a surplus then.
In that one, maybe, yes.
Go
I
ahead.
think I wrote this down wrong, Megan, and I don't want to, I know that it's different in every department. I don't want to hang my hat on this too far. And I also know not everyone goes in position 1 on the grid, and I know it ends at 8. But are we theoretically saying if somebody came in and we have 8 spots on the grid and somebody started at a 1, that's they came in, are we saying in an 8-year time period, they would receive a raise each and every year because they would move up on the grid? Because I thought that was how it said. I might have caught that wrong, but are you
Yes.
saying they would get a yearly raise no matter what, as long as they had a good performance review? And then the COLA would be above that, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Be interesting in some cases to see how much that increase is from grid 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Not that I don't understand that the longer you're there, the more experience you get. It's just in some cases, in other departments or other things, the grid movements aren't automatically at a year. Sometimes they might be further on, because I'm looking at this in 8 years. You would have somebody basically getting a raise every year for 8 years, and you don't automatically get raises in other positions based upon a year's experience. But I'm just kind of looking at that, because then we're saying somebody new could potentially, what I want to see not happen is us not be impacting our longer standing employees that are past where they're getting those increases and they're just getting the COLAs, but we would have had somebody in 8 years have a yearly raise plus a COLA.
Yeah.
So,
And that is, so like a grid movement is 3% for
so
the most
three
part.
standardly along all our grids.
Yes.
Okay.
And
But they don't
it's-
surpass because the other person started at a higher or is at a higher and
Oh, yeah.
gets a grid.
But I'm just looking
So
at
when they
somebody.
when they get to the 8, they stop, but the other person had stopped as well.
Oh, and I totally get that, but I'm just looking at, there's very few people, like, there's some wonderful people in our community we've been lucky enough to keep on long-term. But the way of the world nowadays, quite often, is people don't stay with jobs a lot of times all through that. So we are theoretically saying that somebody would get 3% plus if we just chose that every year someone got a 2% COLA. Those new employees would get a 5% every single consecutive year. So I think we need to look at that discussion as well when we're going.
And it's really hard, like, I understand the theoretical approach to what you're saying is that, like, the newer staff are getting more than some of our longer term staff, but there are a lot of, how would we implement that and be like, oh, if you're in grid 8, you're gonna get a 3% COLA, but everyone else is just getting grid movement? Like, how would I actually implement, like, that is,
Well, I'm actually shocked they move every year. I had no clue that's where we were, so.
and that is part of our standard, like, that's how most municipalities or any place that had, like, any unionized environment as well, that has a grid, you're entitled to a grid annually unless you're doing a very poor job and then you're held back.
And that's why we stay away from that last word you said with you, right?
Yeah.
Would never go there.
Grid, you don't want to talk grid.
The other
No,
one will never-
but that's when anyone that has a salary grid, it's a negotiating tool. So if we didn't have a grid staff could come and say, oh, I'm doing a really good job. I want a $5 an hour raise. And instead the manager say, no, this is the grid. You're entitled to these grid movements. So it does save us on some things for negotiation. So same thing, if we're bringing someone in that maybe is expecting a bit more money, we use that often in our negotiating contracts. So it's like, okay, I want $20,000 a year, but the grid will let you get there in 2 years. And then you might get a COLA. So that's a lot of the time how we get staff to come and work for us too. So somebody that maybe is making more in the private sector. So the grid is a tool that the municipality can use to attract good staff as well. So it is a double-edged sword because then some people are getting movement every single year, but it's also how would we deal with 100 employees and try to be fair? It's up to us to stay fiscally responsible to our citizens. And if we didn't have the grid and people didn't stop at max 8, and if people didn't, like, those people would be coming to us and say, oh, I want to raise. And like, they're the ones that are working really hard that would maybe get it, but then that's expensive too. So it's just really hard to theoretically make a difference by not having a grid or make changes in some other way. Like, I just don't know how we would implement that.
I think that we have to remember the cost of living is just that. That is for inflation and all that, and the grid raises are for getting more experience, staying with the town. So I don't think we necessarily have to associate them together. They are two different things. It equates a raise for them, but they're not the same thing.
But then we need to do a much better job than what we did the other year when we dropped the ball and realized that all of a sudden we had certain groups of people that maybe didn't get anything because they wouldn't be on the benefit. So this time I'm going to want to know exactly how many employees in the different departments fall under different categories, because otherwise we're double raising some groups and potentially not raising some at all. Because there are certain people that don't get COLAs, and that's all I want to do is be fair that there's different degrees of workers that we have in our departments, and they're not any less important. There's some people that place only needs a part-time, for example, position, because it doesn't equate to it to be more, but maybe they've been with us for years, so they're not eligible necessarily to the COLA. They didn't maybe benefit from the benefits the same way. I just want us to know what percentage. If we have 1 or 2 people, we might be talking something different. If I found out we had 20 employees that are impacted, I don't want to devalue the long-term work that someone may have done with us because they don't fall into one specific category. So just something I'm just making notes of that I might ask questions on.
Absolutely. And to be clear, part-timers are eligible for grid movement too. There's part-time grids or for like cashier
They're
grids.
just not eligible for COLAs.
They also get a COLA. So like if a COLA, it gets applied to all the grids. So the only people that wouldn't be seasonal, all of those are all fall on a grid. So a COLA is applied to the entire grid. So the only people that wouldn't be eligible for a COLA are the people that fall off grid, which is senior management, which have different negotiating tactics.
Go ahead.
And because we're having this conversation now, I was going to ask it later when we got to a different department or different category of conversation is the benefits. So Councillor Warwood just referenced that COLA applies across seasonal, part-time, full-time. Benefits traditionally have not, and we've also had some employees that have been excluded or have not been included, I guess,
Benefits are full-time permanent staff.
which is,
Seasonal do not apply.
yeah. And my understanding was that our belief was that it was for all full-time employees, but that wasn't necessarily the case for some.
No. Contract employees, so if they have a seasonal term, they're not eligible for benefits, including LEPP, et cetera.
That's where us choosing not to do
Yeah.
COLA actually really impacted them, because everybody else only saw the increase coming through the benefits side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Megan. That makes, sorry, Director
Yeah.
Sasaki, makes more sense.
Yeah, and I think that part too maybe is something that was maybe written into contracts for individual employees that we would not have been aware of. And I guess maybe I just want that to continue to be something that we're aware of, because if we have the intention of trying to focus on employee benefits, like small B benefits, not the benefit program, we want to make sure that we're actually benefiting all of our employees as best we can.
Yes, and that's why a COLA is recommended this year. So a COLA will impact all staff,
Okay,
other than
so
contract.
due to timing here, I think that once we get through the municipal services, we'll shut it down.
Absolutely. Yep, I only have like 3 more lines. We were so close. We were gonna finish all of Public Works before lunch. Okay, so salaries done. Contracted services has increased $46,622 over the prior year. That is due to initiative number 23, landfill fence replacement for $25,000, and a $20,000 increase to landfill closure and post-closure expense. Note that I still have to determine the results of the Arrow study on these expenditures, and actually, I'm going to determine if they have to fall above or below the funded line, like amortization. So that is a to be continued. I do apologize, it's all coming through at once, but it's better to just spend the time and get it into this budget, and then we're done. So that is to be updated. It will be definitely updated by the time we pass budget in December, or even the next budget meeting. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities has decreased $67,000. This is due to a decrease of $31,000 in solid waste, trucks, and internal equipment parts. The landfill also saw a decrease of $27,000 in materials because last year we spent $25,000 on gravel and $3,000 on a new sign. So those are not in 2025 budget, so those were one-time costs, resulting in savings over prior year. In municipal services, I'm looking at the transfers to reserves, so $130,000. We have $50,000 for the fleet reserve, and then $80,000 in landfill. $50,000 of the $80,000 is for the compactor reserve, and $30,000 of the $80,000 is for the crawler loader reserve. So we put those into the budget every year, and hopefully in however many years' time, we can buy a new compactor or crawler loader with those funds, or at least lessen the impact of purchasing a new. I can't imagine a $50,000 reserve for a compactor will buy us a new compactor anytime soon. That was $1 million purchase, however many years ago, so.
But when we strictly had the crawler loader, have we reduced our contributions to the reserve? We're stretching that life cycle
Yes,
out on
it
that?
used to be, I think, 55,000. It used to be more, so that one has been updated. Transfers to reserves, or from reserves, sorry. Transfers from reserves is $60,000, and that's for the fleet reserve to cover the cost of the municipal services half-ton, initiative number 12. We have capital out of operations, which is $111,000. So this is capital that is funded through our operating budget. We have initiative 12, municipal services half-ton, for $60,000. Initiative 14, the shop hot seat for $25,000. Initiative 15, AC machine for $10,000. And Initiative 16, bale attachment for $6,000. And Initiative 17, bulb eater for $10,000. So in your little summary here, I had said that the Parks, Rec, and Facilities half-ton had been taken out, but I do believe it's still in capital out of revenue for that $111,000. So it's just budgeted in fleet. That was my problem. So those are all in that $111,000.
Any questions on municipal services? Okay, well, I think we'll break there for now, and we'll pick up after lunch. Okay, hello, everyone. We're back after our lunch break, and we're gonna move into utilities.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we are on page 25. So utilities include water and sanitary, and this is under Manager Jorgen Husing. Revenues have increased by $321,000, which is due to largely the proposed water rate increase coming down the pipe for our John S. Patuque. So we can probably get into further talks on that ahead of time, unless you want to add something.
No, we're,
So as of right now, until anything changes, we're budgeting this amount, correct?
we're gonna have to, yep. And it's, like I said, the John S. Patuque has subsidized the request, or not even a request, what Capital Region Northeast has said they're gonna demand from us. We have subsidized it in a balancing fund of 15 cents a cube
No. Okay.
for now.
Yes.
But we are keeping track of every drop of water that we get billed for, so.
Okay, the next line item is salaries and wages. So those have increased 5.9% due to COLA and grid movement. Contracted services has increased $30,000 overall.
We're hiring somebody, or is,
No, contracted services includes Initiative 8, abandoned water line for $26,500.
oh yeah, we did agree to that, yeah.
And in 2024, this included item values of $3,500 for EGR delete, a pump house valve for $57,000, and reservoir cleaning for $30,000. So those are all expenses that were in 2024 that are not in 2025. So that overall has decreased.
Which reservoir are we cleaning? I thought we did both this year.
Yes, that's what I mean. So that was in 2024's budget, so it's not in 2025's. Contracted services has increased, but contracted services for water has actually decreased $68,000. But contracted services for sanitary has increased $218,000. So water had slight savings because we're not doing the big reservoir cleaning or anything like that this year. But contracted services for sanitary is up, and that is because in 2025 is Initiative 31, the lagoon fence replacement for $28,000. Initiative 30, rebuild sewer 2 pump for $41,000. Initiative 10, sewer main calcite removal for $50,000. And Initiative 5, refurbishing manholes for $40,000. We also have in this budget replaced 2 manholes for $60,000 an annual program, and $100,000 for the sewer lining program, which is also now an annual cost in our budget. So the increases that you're seeing here are largely due to sanitary. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, they have increased $243,000. So the cost of water makes up in excess of $215,000 of this increase, and the remainder of that is just other small variances, insurance, utilities, etc. Interest on long-term debt and debt repayable is due to debentures for water and sanitary sewer. And then capital out of revenue, it's actually missing out of the bottom total here, I apologize. It's $67,000. This includes Initiative 28, the bulk water system upgrade for $45,000, and Initiative 4, the televising unit for $22,000. So it didn't pull through on my summary. And that is utilities in a nutshell.
So the interest on long-term debt, have you included the future debenture for the Force Main project?
I have not in this one because it'll depend on when we pull the debenture. So sometimes it's 6 months later.
Okay.
So there is no future.
But we know that in 2025, we will be making some debenture payments.
Yes, there will be future debenture payments.
Go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. I'm just looking back at employee benefits. This is the first page I've seen where they are over the budget already, as we only have October 31st up to date, so just questioning that.
Yeah, so there was, I don't have my notes in front of me, I have it on my variance analysis, which I will present to council. So there is a journal entry that needs to be done because there was a member that was getting coded to the wrong accounts in our actual GL versus the way that it's budgeted. So I have to update that. Yes.
So you think the actual will be fairly close to what the budget amount was?
That's correct, yeah. So there's just a misallocation. So we had a new payroll clerk and finance manager that wasn't looking at the budgeted items. I had tasked her with making sure that what had come through on the commencement forms agreed to what was going into our diamond system, and there were definitely several differences that there needs to be journal entries made.
Okay.
So no, it's just there was a couple people coded incorrectly. So that's all I got. Is there any other questions in regards to utilities?
I guess not.
Last one is planning. So this one is pretty standard. No significant variances in revenues. Salaries and wages have actually decreased due to some changeover in 2024 budget. We would have had Karina budgeted. So that is the difference there. Contracted services has also decreased by 10,200. 10,000 of this was due to our, I believe it was the MDP this year, and that was funded through a transfer from reserve, a carry forward reserve. So all in all, pretty standard for planning and development. No major issues or initiatives for that year. Moving to
So, just so everybody's clear, what is captured in planning?
planning is basically, do you want to comment on that?
Captured is the fines, licenses, building permits, development permits, penalties, planning as far as MDPs, IDPs, all of those programs that we do would be under planning and development.
Does engineering fall in that as well, if there's,
For a project specifically?
yeah,
No, the engineering goes specific to the project. If it's a roads project, it'd be in roads. If it was,
And that gets any engineering for like a roads project or the force main project, that gets allocated to the actual cost of the asset. So then that gets capitalized. Included in development part of the planning is we put any proceeds from the sale of Foxview or anything like that. If we actually did have like a development, like let's say that we hire a planner to plan a subdivision or something that's not actually going to be our asset in the end, we could budget expenditures into that part of it, but we've never had to budget anything because it's either always allocated to a project or to a sale amount. So those items are always unbudgeted, and then for the most part, that's when, like, the sale of Foxview or something, we bring any of those proceeds up to council as an RCD to throw into the development reserve. So, and so that is the end of that one. Next, we're moving on to protective services. Is everybody ready? So page 28, I've broken up protective services into safety and emergency.
just infrastructure planning and development, we already did this one earlier,
Yeah, that's the whole, that's all the
Yeah,
ones that we just
everything
looked at,
together,
all grouped together.
okay?
So they have an increased net ask of $643,000 for the year with the projects and initiatives that we just went through on each one of these line items.
Yep.
Okay. The next ones are, like I said, are protective services, so they're broken up into similar as what I did for public works is, or not public works, IP&D, is we have safety and emergency management, fire, policing, and municipal enforcement, which makes up the protective services, which is the full summary page is on page 32. So I'm gonna start with safety and emergency management. There is an increase to other income for $5,000. And this is the estimated cost recovery for the full-scale exercise planned in 2025. So that's that full, like a disaster has occurred. The cost of it is expected to be $10,000, and we're expecting to recoup at least half from the neighboring municipalities, the county contributions of that. So that 10,000 increases, that's what I talked about. And then that is really everything in there. It's very comparable with prior years. Is there any questions on that?
Nope.
No. Okay, So fire, this one has some initiatives and whatnot that we can discuss. So for fire, no significant changes to user fees or government transfers in 2025. I don't know, I know that we're not updating the fees and charges bylaw for any fire services because that was done this last spring with the government rates, correct?
Yes, actually, all our fees and charges go with the provincial rates, and they do theirs in April. So if there is an increase, they'll follow along with those as well.
So right now, there is none that needs to be updated for the fees and charges, hence no changes to the budget items. We have a $10,000 decrease to other income as 2024 had an MFR grant and an Enbridge grant. So no grants are known for certain for 2025 at this point, so no grants have been budgeted. Salaries and wages have increased 2.83 due to basically grid or COLA movement. One thing that hasn't been done in here is increase, I just realized this last night when I was going through my notes, is we have not increased the firefighters' wages for the potential COLA. So that will be something that I'll have to do in relation to the COLA that is approved by council or given direction by council. So normally we update the firefighter grid at the same time that we update a COLA, if that is the wish of council.
Are firefighters on a grid program as well?
Yes. Or like an hour, like they have rates depending on what their different levels of service are. So if they're,
It's not an automatic, it goes like other departments have.
Yeah,
If
it's
they,
not.
if they're satisfactory,
no, it's if you're a lieutenant, you get paid this. If you're fire chief, you get paid this. But it's a firefighter wage position grid with only one grid on it for each thing. So in the past, we've done an update to their rates of pay in conjunction with our COLA. Contracted services has increased 11,102. It's a small increase to professional development and insurance, so nothing major there. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities have increased by 13,850. Included in this is Initiative 44, which is the AFRAX for 25,000. Initiative 45, replacement hose for 10,584. Initiative 46, PPE reallocation, which is 27,000. That is a non-budget impact item, as normally that is budgeted year over year, so that's not an increase or a decrease. And Initiative 47, engine 1 equipment for 36,201. So these additional asks are countered by decreases from the prior year budget in engine parts, and then the prior year costs for an airbag system, which was 11,000 that we spent this year, and SCBA, which we spent 26,000 in 2024. So overall, with the initiatives less the items that we aren't doing in 2025 because they've completed in 2024, has an increase ask of 13,850. And that is all I have to talk about here. Transfers to reserves, $80,000. That is for our county agreement, the $80,000 that we put into the fire reserve annually. And the debt repayment is the debenture that we have on the fire truck, which I do believe, it ends in 2026. So I think we only have one payment in 2026. We have two payments in 2025 and one payment in 2026, and then it's free as of 2027. You can see that there's no dollar values there. So that's the prior fire truck that we had debentured. And that is it for fire.
one question here.
Thank you. So at the salaries and wages, I see it's 30,000 above.
Yes, you also have to look at the user fees and sale of goods and services. It's 248 versus budget of 110. So that's in conjunction. Those two numbers get taken together. So we budget low, and I don't know how we could do that better, but it really depends on the fire services. Rolled up into this, which I'll show you guys in the variance analysis, is deployment revenue and deployment expenditures as well. The deployment revenue, I can tell you off the top of my hand, was 120,000 for Jasper alone. So when we don't have it all rolled up in the variance analysis, I will show you what parts of that are deployment revenue.
And are we capturing any billing to insurance companies in the
In the actual budget,
user fees?
No, we haven't actually increased for any of that for the user fees. The problem is can we ensure that there's gonna be one house fire or like,
Yeah, I get that.
yeah, so that's like, I don't wanna over budget something
Yep.
for that, because we do have built into that, like the billings that we do for highway accidents and other things where we can bill the province, so, I don't really wanna predict that someone's house will burn down next year.
Maybe someday might be able to build it.
In the future, yeah, if we have 2 or 3 years, I think then we'll be able to like give a reasonable estimate as to what we're gonna actually collect from future billings, but right now it's just really based on a year of history.
Any more questions on fire?
Okay, policing. So this one, once again, no changes to expected revenues. I don't foresee them updating the policing or the police officer grant anytime soon. So it's always 345,664. You can see in 2024 actual, we have not yet received that. They often pay that in December. So in the next month or two, I'll expect that. Fines, licensing, and penalties, we've kept it at 45,000, but as you can see, 2024 actual is at 30,000. I'm not holding my breath that we're gonna continue to meet that target, but I also don't wanna add extra costs to the budget or take away costs from the budget for revenue that we may or may not get. Wages, salaries and wages have increased 2.9%, so that's likely due to the COLA, and then they also had some changeover, so people coming in at different grids and whatnot, so. Purchases from other governments is up $51,000, so this is the RCMP contract, and that's due to the projected increases that they have for us for 2025. One thing to note, as we're talking about that surplus from last year, $367,097 has been inputted as transfer from reserves. That is the savings from 2023 and the 2024 projected savings for the RCMP contracts. So that's like due to the good work that senior management, council, and staff have been doing, and in conjunction with Staff Sergeant Folk, we have been seeing savings on our RCMP billings. So these are actual real-time savings of what we have not been billed versus what the contract is, which we had in the budget. So I have put it in as a projected transfer from reserve, and we'll carry forward that reserve from 2024 and 2023, if that's the will of council.
So on our 5-year plan that we signed 6 times,
Yes.
we
I'm not
know,
even sure which one we're
Yeah.
talking about right now, but
so
yes.
we know that there is going to be the camera system this year is included in our pricing. We know that we've added an extra staff member to try to make up for all the vacancies that they had right now, the soft vacancies. But what we don't know moving forward is what the settlement will be
For retro.
for the retro and the new contract with the police.
That is correct. So that is where we're at. So right now I've put all of the transfer from reserves from the projected savings in. If it was the will of council, we could make that number a little bit less and leave some in a carry forward reserve to lessen the blow in 26 or 27 when we know that retro or other things are coming as well.
Well, myself personally, I think if we stay the course we're on right now with their enrollment, or how many people are actually being billed to us, and keep an eye on that, this other transfer to reserves may, because we haven't paid our other retro yet, which is still setting into an account, right? So,
That one's funded already. It's been expended.
but I do believe that their contract is just about up. So right now, we're not looking at any retro. Hopefully, they could sign a contract soon.
Absolutely. Okay, so if there's no other on that, municipal enforcement. So I actually like this year where we're splitting these out, because looking at protective services as a whole, especially with the policing in there, it's really hard to decipher where things are at. As you can see for policing, no changes to, not policing, municipal enforcement. I have some changes on this one. So protective services manager and I sat down and actually looked at revenues from our bylaw and CPO contracts that we have. The net increase of 51,000 to users' fees is due to the addition of Andrew and increasing Towfield to the actual level of service that we're providing. These figures are in line with actual revenues to date. So you can see they've actually brought in 161,000 and the budget is 144. So the 144 is based on the contracts that we have and like what we're guaranteed to get. This year I know that there was some additional work done for this or that or some catch up as well. So I don't know that we'll hit 161 again next year based on the agreements that we have, but 144 is a much more reasonable number compared to the 93 that we had for the 2024 budget. The fines and other income are pretty standard. It's actually nice to see fines, licensing, permits, and penalties is above our budgeted item of 14,000 this year. In the past few years, we actually had almost no revenue collected on that side of it, so that's a really nice change. Expenditures, so salaries and wages are up. Actually, they've decreased, and that's just due to staff movement in the department, so that is good to see. I think it's like a 1% decrease, not even. Contracted services remain stable with 2024 values. Materials, goods, supplies, and utilities have increased $10,000. $5,000 of this is for a lighting upgrade to enforcement vehicles, so that's $4,000, and $1,000 of that is for a traffic scope. There's also $5,000 for clothing, as we have new recruits and some new uniform pieces are needed for existing staff. The $20,000 transfer to reserves at the bottom is for the Municipal Enforcement Fleet Reserve, which we annually put in $20,000, and they purchase a new vehicle about every 5 years. And that is everything. Page 32 has protective services overall ask. You can see that overall protective services a net decrease of $222,445, which if you take into account the $367,000 transfer from reserve that I have proposed for policing, it's a net increase of about $150,000 overall for everything. So $50,000 of that is for policing, and actually more than $50,000 of that is for policing, and the remainder is amongst those other departments. Okay. Pardon me. That's the end of my formal notes here. On page 33, you can see the replacement projects for 2025. Some of these items are initiative, other items are just continuation of annual things that we put into the budget. So the wayfinding projects, initiative 38, the repair and refresh parks, partway down for 50,000, that's initiative 53. The unspecified replacement projects, facilities, 50,000, that's an annual one where we, it's for any of those unexpected facility repairs that we have to do annually. And then that's where vandalism is gonna be coming out of right now, unless council chooses to put the $20,000 back in for vandalism. That was proposed. Security camera upgrade is item number 49, that's 40,000. Ceiling fan installation at the fire hall, 15,000. And that's initiative 48. And then the front stair replacement boiler is initiative 50 for 13,000, which we had discussed that we are gonna take out. And that has no budget impact because it was being funded through a reserve. So I'll just take the expense and the reserve amount out. And then the local asphalt repairs, which is an annual cost for 100,000. So that is replacement projects. Any questions on that?
The security camera upgrade, where are you funding that again?
That is on our manager initiatives. That is number 49. It's on the second page. So that's the $40,000, and I believe that was for, I'll pull out our Parks, Rec, and Facilities. It was for the upgraded security system and install cameras inside and outside of public works, cemetery, shops, and new fill station.
The new lift stations.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was originally stated as a number 1 when we did the 1, 2, 3s.
Okay, any questions on that? We're good.
Okay, and so capital is the next page on 34. So you can see the first two line items are in bold. These are prior year items which will be funded in 2025. So I've included them in the budget. It's just easier for the auditors and for myself to say these are funded in this year's budget and not having to pull up prior year things. So the 820 replace engine 1 is funded through the county and the town reserve through fire. So that is not a budget impact. And then the solid waste truck is $480,000, and that's been pledged through, I believe, LGFF funds in the current year. Let me just pull up my. It is funded through LGFF, correct. Okay, and so then the items here that are listed, skid steer, item 19, 90,000 funded. So anything that's here tax funded capital on the far right, these are items that are in our operations as expenditures. So any of these items, if these were to be cut, that would save us. So like if we cut, for example, I don't want to pick on the skid steer, I'm sorry, but if we cut the skid steer, that's 90,000. So now we're at 74,000 out of budget. So right now we have to find 164,000 to balance our budget. The 90,000 would take us 90% of the way there. The rubber tire backhoe is grant funded through LGFF. The municipal services half done, 60,000 through reserves.
Okay, so this was reserved. It
Yes.
was not in the budget.
That's not, so pardon me, the municipal services half ton is not in the budget. The parks and rec half ton, it's partway down, it's $60,000. That was supposed to be tax funded capital, and then we had said we had removed it from the budget when we were, as management, trying to balance it. We could still potentially also fund that through the reserve for the fleet.
Okay, but right now, one is in the budget, one isn't.
That
One
is
is from
correct.
a reserve.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, but even the Parks and Rec half ton isn't in the budget at all either. It's just, it got taken out of the budget. So there's zero operating impact to either one of these vehicles right now. The municipal services half ton is in the budget, but as a reserve, so it doesn't have a bottom line cost. And then the Parks and Rec half ton just got removed from the operating budget. So we could add it back in as a reserve funded, and it wouldn't have a bottom line impact, or we could add it back in as tax funded, and we'd have to find an additional $60,000 to balance the budget. Okay. Shop Hotsy is the next line item. That's initiative 14. That's 25,000 funded through operations. The AC machine is 10,000 through operations. That's initiative 15. Bale attachment is initiative 16 for $6,000, also operations funded. The bulb eater, item 17, $10,000 through operations. The sewer cleaning truck, item 18, that is funded through grants. We have that going through LGFF. Televising unit, initiative 4, 22,000 in operations. So the Parks and Rec half ton, I have on here that it was tax funded. That was one of the ones that we had cut in our most recent SMT meeting. So that if we wanted to add that back in, it would be a $60,000 extra that we'd have to find to balance the budget. That's initiative 13. The landfill fence replacement is initiative 23, 25,000 also in the operating budget. Bulk water operating for 45,000 also in the operating budget. Orthodox runner, item 56, $12,000 funded through operations. This is another one. So the cemetery repave cemetery entrance, that has been removed. So that is not in the budget that was presented to you today. It was instead, we added $10,000 just to crack, seal, and chip repair the entrance in efforts to balance the budget. Runway overlay, item 6. So the total cost of that is $1,139,000. So we're putting this in the budget as the total cost. If we're successful with the grant, $854,000 of that would be covered by the One Main Airport grant. And then the $285,000, the town's 25% portion, I have it budgeted as reserve funded. We're hoping to also receive a STIP grant. And so if we are successful with the $854,000 grant, but not the STIP grant, we will also bring this up to council to make sure they're okay funding it through reserves before we go ahead with the project. Paving cold mix roads, item number 2, $110,000. That is grant funded, that we use our CCBF funds for that annually. And then Highway Avenue East, is item 33, $689,000. So I did update it to 689 on my capital. I just didn't update my manager initiative. $662,000 of that is grant funded. So that's actually about 50-50 CCBF, LGFF. And the remaining $26,000 to complete that grant is funded through operations. 26,642. And then if you want to note too, item number 32 on our initiatives, Capital Works 45B from 52nd Street to Maple, that has been removed from the budget. That was 1.5 million, as we do not have the grant funds to substantiate both of those projects.
Okay. So again, if we just look at the repave of the cemetery, we just took it out of there, but in your first number that you gave us this morning, it wasn't in there as well, correct?
It wasn't, no, I didn't,
And the first number you gave us this morning, there's no half tons in that number.
there's 1 half ton.
There, okay,
The municipal services half ton, but there's not the public works one,
okay.
or Parks and Rec, sorry, yes.
Okay, any other questions on what we've seen here so far?
And then the last page is page 35, so that's our 5-year capital plan. The only issue, we printed this early last week, I'm sorry, there was people away on Friday, so I printed it early. But the cemetery, repaved cemetery entrance for 136 needs to be crossed out, because that was removed. The rest of it is all good to go.
Okay,
So the Parks and Rec halftime would be the only other one, but. And then the 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41 are infrastructure planning and developments, their capital tables. So those are just subsidiary to the 5-year capital plan, but they are well done by IP&D, so I've included them. They have some notes on them. And that is all I have for you for my formal presentation.
okay, so if we look at the new fire truck, and if we say that we've already put money against this, will another payment be needed in 2025? Against the fire truck? Like, we used grant funding already.
We haven't used any grant funding, so it's just a carry forward. So originally, we had the 480 supposed to be coming out of LGFF in this year's budget. We haven't had to spend any of that. So I'm talking about the fire truck, sorry. I'm on the solid waste truck. The fire truck is gonna be fully funded through the county and the town's reserves, the 80,000 a year. Because 50% is town, 50% is county.
But we don't have $400,000 in that reserve each yet, though.
I think we're close. By the time that we have to actually pay for the truck, we'll be full.
So did we ever use any grant funding for the initial down payment on that truck? That was the garbage truck. We didn't have to do that either. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, there's been no payments on either of those yet. Let me just look at,
I thought for sure we used up grant money on both of those.
so as of 2024, the end of 2024, we have 240,000 plus an additional 80,000 as of January 1st. I should be able to do this math off the top of my head, but that's 320,000.
For us.
Yeah,
And the county would be matching
also
that.
320, yeah. And so then by the end of the next year, we'll be balanced by the time the truck is actually delivered.
And not requiring any down payment.
No, they haven't required any down payment. And if they do require a down payment, we have $240,000 in reserve right now. And then the county said that we would pay it and then we could bill them for their half. Yeah.
So that opened up some grant space then.
Originally, the fire truck was never supposed to come through grants. That was supposed to go through the reserve and then debenture any difference was, I believe, the original plan that we had talked about. The garbage truck is what was coming through grants.
Okay.
And the garbage truck we are paying for, so. No, we don't have a lot of grants this year. So for 2025, we have MSI carry forward of let's say 94,000. CCBF carry forward of 50,000 and LGFF carry forward of 534, which of 480 of that was put for the garbage truck, basically. So overall carry forward, we had just under $200,000. And our allocation, we have 381,000 for CCBF and $1,070,000, $954 for LGFF, which is, that is it. The other that we have is the 285 in the budget, which is the hopeful STIP grant, but we'll see if we get it or not.
Okay. Any questions from where we're at right now? So I guess what we need to know right now is what is the flavor for a tax increase and a COLA? And then we can start looking at where some cuts may be made.
That is correct.
In facilities, what do we have for reserve?
I was just, sorry, was going to actually print out I was gonna take a break and do this. I have to change, not this one, I have written all over it. I was going to present, if you can give me 5 minutes, I was gonna print off facility detail for
Yeah.
council.
That would be good.
And then in regards to reserves, we have facilities. I could just go print some of this off for you guys.
But you know what, Director Saskew, before we go and start making any more cuts to what's here to try to get to closer to a balance, I would believe that both those councillors should soon be off their calls. So I think their input would be important. So why don't we say that we'll take 10 minutes or so right now and
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. We're still short a couple of counselors that are on some other calls right now, but we need to forge ahead. So we're looking at the facilities summary here.
That is correct. Okay, so the first page here is a summary of all facilities. It shows you that surplus deficit before other is we spend $1.24 million a year in net cost to operate our facilities. So moving to the first page, we have facilities admin. So we have our sponsorship that I had talked about in the previous slides, $40,000. Then we have some wages.
We have sponsorship at this building?
This is facilities admin, so this is just overall facilities, so it's just where, this is where we code random things. So included in the replacement projects is $50,000, the annual one, plus the additional $40,000 this year for the security camera upgrade is in that, on that $90,000 line under replacement projects. And then the goods purchased is, I forget what initiative that is, but that's like, this is just an administration facility, because where facilities is actually the swimming pool. So this is just the general bucket of facilities that we use. So the next ones are the ones that we have. So social center, that's a net ask of $98,000 this year. And you can
Okay, so just slow down. So the revenue projected for the social center is $55,000.
That is correct.
Okay, that's important to know.
Yeah, so we did decrease revenues to be consistent with what the actuals have been for the past couple years. So a slight decrease of $4,500 overall for the social center, and then expenditures $158. So the contracted services, the $48,000 line there, you can see the 35 that's been added in for the caretaker. And then as a note, remember there was some wages missing last year. There was a laborer's wage missing, which is made up for with the additional 35 for the caretaker.
Right behind capital.
Welcome back. So I don't know, do you want us to go through all of these, or these are just more so for council's reference?
Well, let's just start with the social center.
Okay.
So we are going to be hiring a custodian slash whatever person for that facility.
Yes, that's the plan.
Now, does this mean that the gentleman that was there doing setup and everything else would now come back to some other role with the town?
That's the wage we used, his current wage. We just divvied it up a little bit different.
Yes, and as a reminder, for whatever reason, in 2024 budget, it got removed. So 2024 budget only has the wages of one laborer, so that $35,000 is actually, it's not a net increase to our ask, it's a reallocation, except for the fact that it is an increase because it wasn't in 2024 budget, as it was inadvertently removed.
And just to be clear, the position that we're talking about is currently vacant. There is nobody in the position. The previous employee has left.
Okay, so this would be a contracted position, no benefits, nothing like that to go with this. Their expectations would be there to open and close the facility, do setup as required. And inventory.
Do the inventory, clean up. We would assist with it as well when needed, like big events, huge weddings, Remembrance Day. Takes a lot of time for our turnover. Sometimes we get 10 hours to change it over. So it can't be expected on one person. We'd still assist to some degree, But when the event's going on and it's after hours and we don't have that staff, that person or individual will be expected to be there to service the people using the group.
And would this person be allowed to have any other business affiliations? Like maybe they have access to doing tablecloths, chair covers, these type of things.
That person wanted to, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, the first one that comes to my mind, so. Makes 100% sense to work hand in hand with it, right?
Yeah, okay. So, we haven't cut anything out of the budget, this week. I was kinda really hoping that Councilor Walla would be here. So, what we need to decide before we do anything right now is where's council at with, without seeing the new assessment of property, the 2% tax increase and a 3% COLA, and then we can move forward. Okay, you go ahead.
Thank you. I was thinking of looking at, up a half, down a half, seeing where we would get, what would that get us if it was a 2.5 tax increase and a 2.5 COLA? Just before we cut anything out, what does that look like? How close?
Probably about $45,000.
Short or up?
We'd be better.
Sorry. That's Tina's.
Not even. 41 or 42.5 thousand.
So it should be 102,000.
Okay, so 64, I'm sure that the changes in the assessment will more than pick that up. Even if he's saying it's 4% or something in assessment on res and non-res, will definitely be there.
I believe so. Last year over this year?
Yeah.
I would hope so. The increase in assessment?
He said really rough, dirty numbers, 4% residential, 1% non-residential, which makes sense. We've had some additional residential growth, like new builds more so than non-res this year.
Sorry, 4% over last year's numbers?
Well, that's my question too, but
Well,
Because I would hope, I mean, Councillor Curtis's proposal aside, I would not hope. I'm banking on the fact that our assessment has increased.
agreed.
It would have to, both non-res and residential has to have increased.
I agree.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's,
I mean,
if it isn't, well, we'll be looking for a new assessor, maybe earlier than the contract date.
Well, that's this year, so basically we're stuck with them for this February assessment and then,
Okay, but if we move to the 2.5 scenario, with even the small changes in assessment, I feel that we have a budget.
so that's let's say that's $104,000. So then we have to find 60 still.
And I believe that's in the assessment.
I believe so too.
Yes. Okay, so I don't think we're bringing that up again. I think that we're good.
Yeah.
We
like
look
I
at the
said,
other
last year-
pickup, the other truck, $60,000 out of the fleet reserve to finance that, and hopefully any sale of a street cleaner, some other types of lawn equipment that we may, if we say that if done right through an auction, if they look good, that any proceeds from the sales go back to fleet reserves.
are we going with your proposal?
I just think it makes sense. So if that's where we're at now, so nothing new is gonna be added to the budget.
The half-ton we just added. The only thing that is still a bit of a ball in the air is the asset retirement obligation, but that I believe is supposed to be below the line. I will confirm that before our next council.
But we don't, no matter what, we don't have to build a reserve for that anyway, right?
No, but there's an amortization expense, and that amortization expense might have to be built in the budget, but we already have a cushion because we already have the landfill one in there, so,
That is done by accountants
yes.
and people like that. But for real dollars, like,
Well, if we have to real dollar fund it like we are the landfill right now, then it could end up costing the operating budget. But hopefully it's amortization and it's below the line. I will confirm that though. Like I said.
but we're way over on the landfill reserve anyway, so we could move some dollars around.
That is correct. That was what I was also banking on.
Okay, so if we look at the social center and what its needs are, and if we're gonna spend the time and start trying to bring it back to operating at a level that we would take pride in again, and having somebody there that is helping the users during the event, which is huge. Well, that's the part we're lacking right now. So if its projection is that it should have income of 55,000 this year. What if we were to take a look at what the needs were and start investing at least $50,000 a year into this and start bringing it back slowly? I mean, I know it doesn't get you a lot of dishes, it doesn't get you, but it's a start. And I mean, just the dishwasher itself needs a major overhaul, and so, go ahead, Councillor Barry.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I guess the only thing is I look at this page here, and regardless of the 55,000 income, we have a deficit of almost 100,000. So it's like all of our buildings, all of our assets, we don't even come close. We're spending twice as much money as what we earn. And now we have to face the fact that we need to start spending more money just to keep it so it's operational.
And
It's
again,
like all of our facilities, it's,
as soon as we start, we get a budget almost confirmed here, we're gonna take a look at the fees and charges bylaw before we move into the new year, and maybe we could capture some more in there too, representing, you know, the fact that the inflationary pressure that we've seen it everywhere.
yeah.
But again, it's tough to rent out when the kitchen is getting depleted, when people that just keep taking stuff because there's no night crew there to watch them.
You know, I know when we did that last regional survey, we looked at facilities and asked people all across the region. The social center was one of the highest used, and it was used from all over the place. So I mean, it's certainly in demand and it's high usage, and we keep it booked consistently, it seems. And yet we're $100,000 in the hole. And I agree with you that we need to give it a facelift. But I just don't think the public realizes just how much it does cost to try and keep all of our facilities operating. And then as soon as we raise the fees a little bit, they'll be complaining. But they don't recognize that we have to recoup, like you were saying, we're not even recouping 30% of our, or 35%, I think you said, or something.
Well, we're hard.
You know, so it's,
We're trying to get to 23% cost recovery right
Anyway.
now in our rec facilities, and it's way too low. I mean, we need to take a serious look at that. And again, I think when we look at our fees and charges bylaw, that social center, but it needs to be brought up slowly, but it needs some budget attention. So, just so you know, what we've decided right now, we're looking at the budget the way it was.
Yep.
If we move the COLA to 2.5, and we up the tax increase to 2.5, it's around $100,000 to the good. So this the other 64,000 in this proposed budget that we were short now,
Yeah.
we're pretty sure that the assessment alone will pick that up. So now we're talking about if the projected revenue for the social center is 55,000, and we're gonna spend the time and hire this new position, that maybe we should look at putting $50,000 in each year and try to get, you know, just to bring it up slowly, the condition of the social center, so.
Thank you for that update. And obviously, I know we can't do it all in one day, but, you know, just being in there the other week, we still have a very nice facility overall. It's not worth like an abandoned level facility. We'd never replace it for, so we definitely certainly need to keep going there. I just had one question, Dan. For revenue that we've brought in now, say comparatively, and I know it's hard because you don't always have the same number of rentals, but I just want to know if you saw it, that it's gone down. And the reason I asked this was there was a time when people used to say to me quite consistently that they felt sometimes that the social center was really high, that they even referenced somewhat nickel and diming it, that there was all these additional charges. And now I see that seems to be rectified where it's more of an all-inclusive rental. But some of the numbers that were quoted to me almost seemed like that all-inclusive rental has gone down even as a whole. So while it was great not to see things individually pieced together, that it seemed like it's actually like a lot cheaper. Do we have anything that compares like when somebody would have rented for a wedding, you know, whether it be 6 years ago or whatever, I know COVID threw into there, compared to what that same weekend rental would cost now? Because someone made a quote to me of a number and I'm like, whoa, that's really low. Like, I was shocked. So,
Offhand, I don't, but I can dig that up for sure.
okay, yeah.
I think we paid
And I don't want anyone having to do a deep dive into it, but just as we're reviewing it to look at, because I like things that are very all-encompassing and you get the number versus, oh, now this, oh, now there's a dishwasher fee, oh, now there's that. People didn't like that. They wanted a one-time set fee. We just want to make sure that it didn't drop down because, you know, sorry.
I'm just thinking back to like my 2012 wedding. I'm pretty sure we paid $700 per day, and Manager Kuzmic just said that it's about $1,500 for the weekend right now. So I think it's comparable. And I have in my Questic, I can go back to actuals. In 2012 actual, we brought in $70,000. 2013, 60. Like the year I got married, there was like 2 available dates left for the entire weekends on Saturdays in January when we got engaged. So, and we didn't get married till October. So those were kind of the fully booked years. 2013 actual was 60,000, 2014 actual was 77,000, and then basically post-COVID, we haven't, yeah. It started dropping. So 2017 and 18 were 64,000 and 41,000, and then post-COVID, it's been a very slow recovery. I do have something to note about the tax increase. So before when I said my notes, a 2.5% tax increase, I can verify now that it actually was a 2.5% tax increase. My change schedule didn't bring in the decimal point. So it's actually what is proposed for the 245,999 is a 2.5% tax increase. So is it the will of council to do a 3% to gain back, and a 3% tax increase would net us an additional $50,000? So then we're still only 42,500 better with the decrease to the COLA to keep it 2.5 and a 2.5.
So we need $100,000.
We need $100,000, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to correct us before we went too far on that. But I'm like, it's weird that my notes say that and that says different. So I went into my actual property tax analytic and it is a 2.5 right now. So 2.5 brings us additional $245,999. A 3% tax increase, which sounds so much worse, is $295,000 extra, and that's an additional $50,000 over what was proposed. So I'll stay with the 2.5 for right now.
Okay, so how's everybody feel like wayfinding? Oh, we haven't talked about grant funding yet.
Yes, so I will go to my grant slide.
Before one, are we done social center? No. I've got a question.
Or take it out of reserves?
We have $400,000 in the facilities reserve right now. That's unrestricted, that's not restricted to.
Oh. Okay, well, she was first.
I'm sorry.
So actually, the historical rental data, I think, is actually very relevant to the social center. So it's not just simply that the facility isn't necessarily maintaining its prominence in the region as someplace that people want to book. I think people's approach to large events has also changed. But I also think there's another piece of the puzzle that we have not actively sought it out. We have not advertised, it has been a de facto availability in the past. And so I would be happy with allocating some additional funds to make sure that that facility maintains its usability and its popularity, with a little bit of encouragement that that there needs to be a correlation between what the money that we're giving and the rental that's coming there. So that I actually think that I'd like to know what percentage of the year that it's booked, because it used to be historically that if you were lucky, you might be able to get a weekend the following year for a wedding. That's no longer the case. It's not like there's a competitive, I mean, to be very frank, things have changed over the years, but this used to be a facility that was booked every weekend. That's not the case anymore. So, I mean, going back to our conversation about the caretaker versus employee, a lot of things have changed over the years, and that doesn't mean that it necessarily is bad or good, but I would want to have an encouragement that facility be looked at as an asset that needs to be used. It's owned by the public. It should be utilized to its maximum. It needs to be showcased and shared with the public, and part of that is not only paying to rent it, but also encouraging them to use it for other purposes. So over the years, we've changed some of our approaches, and I don't know what our percentage of rental is. I don't know that at all.
Okay, Councillor Bullock.
Well, what I wanted to say, I think it's important that we actually upkeep it and actually get some money invested in it now to catch up of where it has been, stuff like that. And I don't think not putting any money into it's gonna help us at this point, so we wanna keep it in running order, so definitely be willing to go that route and invest some money in it.
Well, with the training center here in town and looking at, the availability of some help while they're learning to paint and do whatever, that's good. I mean, the biggest complaint I always hear is in the kitchen and how downhill everything's gone. There's not even a pair of oven mitts because you can put 10 pairs in there. And then by Sunday night, they all went home with whoever was just leaving. And that's just because we don't do any walkthrough with anybody at the end of the event and stuff. Go ahead.
Some of those things could be considered consumables too, where whoever's leasing it should probably be given a list of what they would expect to bring with them. Things just like oven mitts.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It would be interesting at some point if a person could know, and I know these numbers don't actually equate to literal days, but when we talk about, say even breaking even on a facility, if we were to just look at an average day's rental is, I'm just saying $700 or whatever, how many days of rent a person would actually need? Because that might talk about a strategic plan going forward. I mean, we know that there's only so many weddings in our community. There's a change of the types of weddings people are having. But we also know that there's people going, and certainly there are interesting destinations or cool barns or whatnot. People are getting married on Fridays and Sundays and paying $10,000 on a Friday or Sunday to get married in a facility. We're not going to be that, but we could potentially know, hey, we would need to rent it X number of days at the rates we're at to break even, and then have that potentially be a bit of a marketing discussion where it's factoring in, hey, here's the egg, here's the locations of, where you could take pictures and do other things, and this is a facility that you rented this amount. But part of that might just be kind of knowing, hey, if we broke it down, how many days would we need versus what we use? But certainly we can't do any of that if we don't have the basics. And when I'm inside there, the floor is nice, the size is good, they've got the tables, we've got the things, but we have some things we need. We need lightings, we need proper sound, and that kitchen needs a real big love.
Okay, and again, nothing's gonna happen at the social center, and that's just the will of this council. So if we wanna look at feasibility study of how we move forward with marketing it, or how do we get more events in there, then that's fine. But it all starts here, and we need to put some money in it to get her started. Okay, so there will be a $50,000 budget for some repairs or what's needed first at the social center to start bringing that back, and that'll come out of the reserve for, facilities reserve. Okay, so now we're trying to find another $100,000.
Just a question on that, just so I get the numbers right. We were at 164 that we needed, right?
And then we got rid of, with the decreasing the COLA, the tax increase was already at 2.5. So now saving a COLA at 2.5% instead of 3 is 42,500. So 164 less 42.5. So we have to find 120-ish.
But I would say we need to find 60 because we were good with 60.
An assessment.
So I would say we're looking to save 60 grand, and then we would be right where we were before,
So
1.5%.
just to, like, and just to be clear, to move up to a 3% tax increase is actually only $50,000. I just ran my actual numbers. So are we wanting to go up to a 3% tax increase?
I don't
Or
think
saying
there's
no?
any will.
So we still need to find 120.
Why do we take that 30 grand out of that municipal election thing?
I don't know if that follows the MGA.
I just thought I'd throw it out.
Give Rick the bill.
Okay, well, I think we did our work. No, okay, so, yeah, we need to go through the grant funding now.
Okay. Okay, so I've added the 50,000 from
Been some grant cost
facility.
increases that we could just not be able to do.
Okay, so for grants, let's just go over where we're sitting with grants. Capital budget. So for grants for 2025, we have 431,000 available for CCBF.
No, I meant our grants, what we give.
Oh, your grants. I'm already going to capital, so community services, excellent. Do we want to pull that slide up?
Do we need to keep these two gentlemen here any longer, like listening to our,
They love it. We're probably good at dreams come true already. Thank you.
it's hard to make a cut to their budget when they're sitting there. I mean, I'll do it, but.
Okay, community services. Go back to my. So, for community services, administration, we have Transportation Society for 22,000. Prior year was equivalent. Prairie Tales 20, Stars 11,000, Crossroads 20, NLLS 31. Unfortunately, we can't get rid of or change that one unless we want to do some other extreme things. Canada Day fireworks for 10,000, Chamber of Commerce for 18,000, and the Centennial Library ask of 270. So as a reminder, that additional $12,000 for the Centennial Library ask is built into this budget as well. So that is what we have. Are there any discussions? So like I noted before, STARS gave a presentation at a recent legislative meeting, and it has been added to the budget just to show council what that would look like. And now it's here for debate on whether we want to include all of these items or change anything that is listed here.
Go ahead, James.
I'd just like to speak very quickly to the Crossroads Regional Economic Development one as well. That's a worst-case scenario for council, that 20,000, because there are several options and maneuvers that the Alliance is looking at when it comes to grant applications and funding the continuation of this position and of this project through grants. The 20,000 is in there just in case. After our last meeting, I'd be surprised if we have to use all of it. I don't want to say I'd be surprised if we have to use any of it, but just so council's aware, it is a kind of worst case scenario. We don't get funding through this grant or that source or this grant, and then we would then go down the rabbit hole of requiring that 20,000. But it's better to have it in there and in place than not have it budgeted if the worst case were to come to fruition.
The The grant application can't go through without the sign
Yes.
from all four municipalities.
Right.
Okay, so Vegreville Transportation Services, that's been pretty constant, we're there. I mean, they haven't asked for anything more for many, many years.
No.
So I don't, the Prairie Tales, they got a $3,000 increase.
They more, sorry, I would say they more than save us. By giving them 3,000, we're saving many times that by the work that they do.
When did they get Wi-Fi?
Just waiting for our contractor to get out there still.
Okay. The Stars is something new,
Yes.
like, it was a per capita,
Yes, stars, ask per capita, I can't even remember off the top. Yeah, I think it was $2 per capita, was their ask, so we put it in here for your discussion. Because after they presented, there really wasn't any fulsome discussion on council's behalf, so we plugged it in here so you could, discuss that.
have we seen Alberta Hub's, request too? I mean, it's per capita, is that built into the budget?
I have not seen anything from Alberta Hub.
I can speak to that. It's built into my budget already.
Okay, thanks.
I haven't seen an updated one, so hopefully it's not going to be.
Yeah,
But
you know, we can probably operate there for 5 years on the reserves they have with the steady decrease in the funding. Okay, so what are your guys' thoughts about Stars? I mean,
Sorry, I missed that presentation, and even just reading it, I'm not entirely clear. I know that they don't get provincial funding, that they operate based on this type of donation, but
Just to kind of Cole's notes, what she spoke about is that because they, the provincial funding has been gotten less and less, they are now going out to municipalities and asking municipalities to help fund. And they go out to municipalities where they started, where most of their calls and their transfers were coming from, and their eventual goal is to get per capita funding from all the municipalities. So their ask was $2 per capita, which Leslie just confirmed for me, so.
So
But
this one's difficult for me too, because the communities that they would be going out, not knowing, not having a fulsome understanding of where they're going to, but I would presume that most of the places that are doing transfers would be like ours, that can do most but not all services in our community, because we've had a decrease in service offered at our hospitals. So I kind of feel like not only is the province not funding hospital transfers, emergency transfers, they're also not funding services at our hospitals. So I'm a huge proponent of Stars. It has saved the lives of many people that I love. But I'm not certain that this is new to me, so.
go ahead.
Their presentation, when they did have, they were, I mean, it was a good presentation, and it did let us know how many times they had come for residents in our area. Now, of course, a lot of the stuff that they do, while I agree, some things can be transfers, a lot of it is based more so though on the emergentness of how quick it needs to be there, and their accents, there's things we never would have been dealing with here. But again, I'm on that run too. It's a little bit of a hard scenario, because you have to wonder if that's maybe an advocacy lobby piece towards the government for funding section. But just saying, like, when she did give, she kind of gave us a breakdown of how many were in our area type of thing.
Okay, well, Stars in or out? Start with Councillor Curtis.
Out for me.
Well, the difficulty for me here is even just looking at the math. So I don't know how I say yes to fireworks, no to emergency transfers. I mean, I feel like, again, this is a download from the province. I feel like this might be a letter or a piece of advocacy to the province.
Which would really help us out if it worked. But what if our letter
Doesn't, you mean if letters don't actually work for getting what you want? Ha, ha, ha. I kind of feel like just because it hasn't been something that I'd also be curious to know what kind of uptake there is from other places. I mean, good on Stars for coming out and reaching us. I mean, if you pay attention on Twitter or X, whatever, you can see how often Stars is here. Or if you live in the community, you can hear them. But I'd be curious to see what the response has been from other municipalities before I say yes. So at this time, I'm saying no, just because we haven't traditionally budgeted for it.
While I find it hard to say no, just because our family's actually physically used it, and it's a very difficult run in that way, and we did fundraisers for them on our own personal run, I would agree that at this time right now, I would want to see where other municipalities fall, and if there's maybe a joint resolution or advocacy piece from munis that might come forward or something on that run.
Well, like everyone else has said, I'm truly a supporter of Stars as well. Always just bought something from their campaign they just had this weekend in town, so. I'm a no for now, till we know more going through the next year and see what else everyone else is doing. Maybe we look at some of it, but not right now.
Okay.
I was in support of it, and actually, I'm still in support of it, but doesn't matter. I don't know, I'm looking around at various ways that we come up with the money. I was in favor of going to 3% tax.
It just, to me, they've always been in the community and had great support with the sale of their calendars and other things and donations and stuff from our community. It just to come in with a per capita, it's kind of a different approach, for municipal government because I would imagine next year there wouldn't even be a presentation. It would just be the invoice. Again, I mean, I don't think anybody's here is against Stars, and nobody doesn't know somebody close to us that has been affected with Stars, but it's just a different, I know this community has supported Stars very strongly, and I think that's where we can help, is help with their fundraisers and stuff, so I would be a no for right now. I just don't want that expectation to show up in an invoice every year. And
Okay, I will remove it from 2025 budget, but I'll let it carry forward into 2026 and 2027 as a placeholder to remind us to talk about it next year.
That's 11,000.
yeah, and it's not that big of a deal, so the Crossroads, everybody knows what Jameson has told us about that.
Can the Crossroads be just taken out of the budget, but then handled by reserves if it all of a sudden comes up?
It needs a motion of council before they can go and to apply for the grant.
Okay.
What I could do is add a transfer from general reserve to cover that cost, and then to any extent that we have to go dip into that $20,000 next year, it'll just come out of general reserve. Like, that's a small amount to come. So I could put in the transfer from reserve and the full cost, so net operating budget impact of 0. And then for next year, then once we know where we are and where we actually are for budgeting, we could budget that.
Why is it here instead of, not to target your budget, but why is it not in community engagement and economic development?
That one could go into there. For the most part, for these community organizations, like even Prairie Tales used to be in municipal enforcement, and I found that they got lost because no one really owns them from time to time. So these community ones we've just ended up putting together. So that one could move to seed if we really want, but it could eventually get lost.
And that and the fact that I think he's worried about his wayfinding.
I don't think wayfinding's in trouble because that's been sitting there for many years. But I guess the challenge that I see there is how is this different than hub membership?
I didn't
So,
know
like-
anything about the hub. I think
Like
he had-
ideologically, they're similar. They're just different organizations doing the same thing in the same vein. Again, I'm not targeting your department or your budget, because I've fought several times unsuccessfully to get money for that department, but
If I would have known about the hub one, I probably would have put it here too. I prefer the community ones to be all in one spot.
Okay, Jameson wants to tell us that his budget was already made and this request just came recently for this other grant funding. And again, it's a motion of council is what they really.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. That's just it. This would require at least a special conversation to talk specifically about the Crossroads Regional Economic Development, because I believe we would have to have some sort of indication that we have specially allocated the funds for their going after the NRED grant. You have to show that this is in the budget as a line item. Whereas I look at Alberta Hub, no different than I would look at like the membership to the Economic Developers Association of Alberta. It's a membership. This is a specific request that has come from the committee to council as a whole.
So just to add to that, though, it can be a line item in the budget, but it can be funded from reserves.
I don't have the information to speak to that. I would leave that to Director Zaskew. As long as we've made a special note within our budget at some point that we can then point to and say that $20,000 line is earmarked for Crossroads Regional Economic Development.
But we have the money in reserves, so it would be earmarked.
That is correct. We
Evidently.
can bring the money into the revenue side. They don't need to see the revenue side. It doesn't matter how it's funded. As long as the budget line item is.
I'm just looking for ways that we can come up with another 20,000 and then find where the next 20,000.
Yeah, and the solution isn't always to pull from reserves, but for something like this that isn't a guaranteed $20,000 ask, I would be more willing to fund that through reserves. Obviously, it's council that is the ultimate one to decide that.
Yeah, again, if needed. And right now, for them to go forward, it's a motion of council that they need. So they feel very confident. Mark's probably got this grant 800 times in his career, so with all the different municipalities he represents. But he can't apply without the motion of council. That we support this.
Put it through motion.
Yeah. So we'll have a motion at Wednesday's meeting. Yeah. Okay, so we're moving on to the library.
What is our population that we're going off of roughly?
The libraries use 2016. I think they still use that, even Northern Lights. Sorry. I believe that when they go into the libraries, the library, even in their funding from the province and et cetera, stipulates that it's the 2016 budget that is being used. So that'd be the 5708.
That is correct.
We're at $30,084.
What are you talking about?
We're at $30,084.
I'm
Okay,
at
so
73.
obviously, it's not like we can negotiate a per capita price with
425.
Northern Lights. It's either we're in or out.
Yeah.
But that's just a portion
Yeah.
of the libraries.
Yeah, the library's gonna send them some money too when we grant them some money.
yeah, same amount.
Yeah, same amount. That's not negotiable here for us to try and,
No.
Oh, no, I think we were talking the library.
but the
overall.
remainder of the library budget,
Yeah.
we can discuss.
Yeah, we can probably bring those grants up again. Director Saskew, can you put those grants back up again? The Northern Light stays where it's at. Fireworks, we're, 10,000 seems to be, it seems to work the last couple of years, and we haven't seen anything increase.
I cannot confirm an increase, but the last 2 years there hasn't been one. And when I went back and asked if they were expecting an increase, they said no. So
So is anybody against the fireworks? It would be nice to find some partners on that again. We'll see what we can do there. But for right now,
Okay.
that's what's in the budget. Anybody against it? Seeing none, okay, chamber, 18,000. It's really not a grant anymore, it's a use. Yeah,
It's for, basically for the use of the egg image.
Okay, then we're back to where everybody's waiting for.
Sorry.
Well, I didn't know you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that most of the individuals that have made, or the groups that have made requests have made a presentation. Did the chamber make a presentation to us?
It's not a really a grant, it's an invoice now for the.
Yeah, I understand that that's changed over like the use agreement of the Pisinka. I understand that, but maybe it would be worth having an opportunity separate from this process then to make sure that we have, we used to have all council, all chamber meetings, so that might be able to have a little discussion about what's going on. That would be good.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna have some interaction pretty soon, right away. Positive. Okay, here we are. Vegreville Centennial Library's request for grant funding at 270 and just over 100,000 for the operation of the building.
Okay, I'll start. I'm struggling with this because everything has gone up for everyone. However, because we do operating costs of the building, they are somewhat impacted less by some of the costs that go up because they're not hitting when our utilities are going up or any of the rest of that, and we're not hitting their budget as in their actual grant. We don't touch that. If it goes up, we're gonna absorb it, and it is what it is. But I appreciate that we did get the 100,000 because that is important to note. In a lot of decisions we've made over the last couple of years, we have talked about the number of people who use something versus how much it cost. That's what somewhat directed some of our decision-making at, even at what was a former museum area, was saying, can we keep putting that level of money in when you look at the number of people use it? We're talking about this with the recreation facilities, and you know, we know that that goes. If we take, that's why I was asking that population number, I still think we have to look at library encompassing. We can't change the number of the Northern Lights section, but we do, that is still a library-related service that we put $30,000 into, and $100,000 in the in-kind in the building, and the 270. I mean, when we look at that, if you divide it up with a rough 5,700 people, theoretically, we do have to put in perspective, we talk about policing costs per person, we're looking at library costs that we're putting in at over $70 a person. So, you know, and I understand, you know, that this is hard. I'm not suggesting, and that's with everybody using it. And even though we don't all use it, we all have access to it. So that's our choice not to use it, just like some people use an arena or don't. I understand that it's really tough in here, but for me, I feel like we have to have some sort of a more set number, and then they decide after that how they run it and what they run it in. For me, with all the things going on right now, I don't think it's not respectable to suggest that a $250,000 grant is pretty generous. So that's where I would land. And that's a cut, I recognize that.
Councillor Barry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Takes me back to 2014 when I used to do pie charts.
Circle graphs, I think.
Circle graphs, okay. I think that those assessments probably still hold true. The library is a great facility, but it's the size of one that's in a small city, as usual. When we did it back in those days to look at the overall budget, we were one of the highest per capita in the province. So I still have the same belief that exactly as you've just said, with the in-kind services and the covering of other things, they get a pretty good grant. I think sometimes I find that the library is no longer just a depository of books where you can go and get books and take out books. There's so many other programs, and I sometimes just wonder if they don't need to fund those programs somehow else. So I still would say that last year's 256 was pretty generous, and I think it's probably still consistent. That's what we should be doing again this year.
I don't really have much to add to what you've both said, because it is a service we need, but I'm in agreement with Councillor Barry, 256 like last year.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I ask again, 256 is what they received last year, and 16 was returned as unused?
That is correct. So for the way that the reserves work, just let me open up the right tab. So in the previous chair agreed that their operating reserve that goes into our town of Vegreville reserves is allowed to be 15% of operating revenue for the next year. So last year they opened with 57,000 in their reserve, which was max. They had a $16,000 surplus, and then so that's actually put them over the max, and so then there was a $16,000 transfer just to our general reserves to give them a total of $58,000 for the end of the year, which was their max 2024 operating revenue at 15%. So they had a unrestricted surplus, or they had a surplus last year, and then it ended up getting reallocated to the town as it was max capacity in their reserve.
Okay. I would say that even just attending their fundraiser, it was very obvious to me that there are many people that use that facility that most of council would never come in contact with. It was really quite shocking as a user of the library myself. But I do feel like that would be appropriate if the increased cost that they've put into their budget ask is actually cushioned by the fact that we provide the in-kind services and the facility. So I would be comfortable with the 256.
256 is fine.
So you got some math to do, but I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I've done it already. So we've got 42,500 savings for the 0.5% COLA, $11,000 savings for STARS, $20,000 savings for the reserve for ECDEV, Crossroads. And then in our budget, as I recall, I had them at 273,580. That was because this was printed before they updated that 3,500. So out of the 164,505 that we have to change, taking it down to 256 is a $17,580 savings. So that brings us to $91,946 removed from the budget. So now we only have $73,009 left to balance to zero.
Can I ask a question? Did they not say they were asking for 270?
Yes, but what I said in my dollar values, it was
Oh, okay.
273, yeah.
Sorry.
So
I apo-
in our bottom line, it's gonna end up being that extra little bit savings too. We have $91,496 saved, so we have $73,009 to go.
Okay, so where were you at, Justin, when you were talking 60 before we were doing those, just so I don't miss it?
We had said that our assessment should cover the other 60 before, so I wasn't factoring that in, but Megan's right, this would be where we're at.
If our assessment would cover that, we would actually have to increase taxes to a 3% to cover, it would give us an extra $50,000.
2% COLA? It's 35,000.
That would be $100,000. So it's like 85.
85 is the 1%, right?
So if we cut it, it would be an extra 42.
Overlay. Report overlay.
So then if
That's
we,
all based, yeah, that's all based on grant.
But I thought it wasn't based on grant, that was still our portion even if we get the grant, right?
The 285 would be our portion if we get the grant.
Yeah. So we
The
actually are
overlay-
budgeting 285.
No, I put it as a transfer from reserves,
Okay.
because I didn't wanna actually,
Then we-
if we don't have the grant guaranteed, I'm not
Then we
levying
go see
tax.
our partners too in terms
Yeah.
of work with them.
I
I'm
thought
not
we had
levying
it budgeted. It was like, well, there's one.
No. So, we could go through the initiatives. I know, Director LaFave wanted to talk about some of his, fees and charges for next year and the increases that are built into this budget, just so council's aware before we go cutting any further. Do we wanna let him have a chit chat about that?
Some of the increases to revenue are going to be the 3% annual increases at the airport. That's for the lot leases, the commercial operations, the occupancy fee of the terminal if we decide, so that's an annual 3%. It's not a huge increase, but it's something you can see that every year we kick it up 3%, so we don't get to those areas where all of a sudden we're 8 years since we've increased anything. So we keep up with it. Again, we talked about this, the cemetery perpetual care. It's an increase from 15 to 20%, which will generate another $4,300 revenue estimated for 2025. We have, let me just check this one. We've gone through the labor and equipment vehicle rental rates, and we've checked them over, and they're all an increase of probably 5 to 10% on the cost of labor, of half-ton, of loader, of grader, street sweep, whatever. Tony went through the list, or the fleet department went through the list, and they've all increased. I can see probably 5 to 10% in revenue for everything that we do, whether we're custom street sweeping or what have you. This also affects our contracted services when we do our utilities contracts. The increase also affects an 81 cents per kilometer for fuel for when our vehicles leave and hit the highway. That's something that will be increased from the 70 cents. Just checking the graders and stuff, everything is up after we've done our review. So next we'll go to the recycling fees. $3.63 per kilogram is for household batteries, because the batteries now are part of the program with household hazardous waste and get shipped out with our e-waste. It will be a non-residential battery per kilogram rate, which means if you're a resident of the community, batteries come from your household, to make it simple, and you take them to the recycling facility, there'll be no charge as we package them and haul them out. If it's commercial, you will pay, and it's the same, remains the same for fluorescent light tubes. There's no charge if it comes out of your house or garage, but if it's a commercial business, then they're going to pay. The monthly bin rentals, so if you're a commercial or non-residential or commercial business in town, you purchase your bins or you rent them, and you get one pickup per bin per week included in that purchase price and your taxes. And any additional pickup, there's a fee for. And we've gone through, because our fuel prices have gone up, and this is probably just before COVID, that we were at $56 for a monthly bin rental, for example. That's when bins were doing about $1,100. Now they're at $1,500 to buy a bin, so I want to take the monthly bin rental and take it up to $70 from $56. That's a turnaround time of just under 2 years for us to pay the bin off, which is reasonable, what we used to set it on, because we would buy the bin, rent it to you, and we expect our money back on that rental within just under 2 years, and then the rest we profit. For businesses that don't want to kick out the money off the hop. The microwave is something that's coming out of landfill. Tipping fee because it's now part of the e-waste. Where's my additional collection is $18.50, the bin rental. And $18.50 for the bin rental, sorry, for the additional collection, I thought we were going to increase. I'll have a look at that one too. That's one for me to mark down. Because it's been $18.50 for an additional pickup if you should call. That's non-residential, and I'm going to have a look at that and see what we can come up with, because that typically generates about $50,000 a year in additional bin pickups for commercial. So that's an area that we haven't visited for a few years, and I have a note to check that out for our next meeting.
It's too bad that these non-res bins get filled up.
At times,
Yeah,
times they do.
yeah. non-town garbage, we'll say.
Okay, and the Prosperity Industrial Park, the SRS, the sewage receiving station is up, and we're starting to load customers or users into it where they can go 24/7 unload. And the fee for discharge is $5 a cubic meter of septic waste. So I haven't included that in our revenue because I don't know what it's going to be. I can't even guess as we start out with just a few trucks right now. But as things get rolling, it will start to make more. So that's an increase in revenue. That's not in the budget that we will be able to see. The water rates we've already went through and discussed. And the water rates we have. And then for planning and development, we've run into some issues where people will get building permits. They'll get building permits and then halfway through the process, cancel it and request a refund. And we had no way to not refund them. So what we're incorporating is a fee that, depending on the stage of the application, is how much you're going to get back. Because if we have to pay the inspections group X because they're halfway through a review, then you'll receive half of your money back. But there's everything in writing. Doesn't happen a lot, probably 3 times last year, that we had to refund the entire amount of money because we weren't set up in our fees and schedules with a way to propose it so we wouldn't lose that money. So plans review report completed, but permit not issued yet, and you want to cancel, it'll be 75% of the permit fee would be returned. We would retain 25%. That we'd split between us and the inspections group. Within 30 days of plan review, permit issued with no work started, you would receive 50%. Return, we would keep 50%. And after 30 days of review and the permit's already been issued, which is the bulk of it for the building permit fees, then it's a 0% return. We just keep it after that because we've provided a service for that customer already of the review of the plan. So that's something we're going to introduce. And then we have to increase our subdivision application when there's a subdivision appeal is at $700. The subdivision application itself still remains at $500. Why we had decreased the other one to $700 is because we have expenses that are now outweighing the $500. If I'm going to do a subdivision, I have to advertise twice in the local paper. There's almost $500 there. And if you have to pull a council or a committee together, then there could be payment for that. So we're finding that $500, it's costing us money. So the person that's requesting the subdivision application should be responsible for all the expenses involved in the subdivision if it's his own property. So the $700 will help us cover that. So that will be an increase. And then we're going to include or add into, it started with our signage fees. We have the highway signage down the highway that we can rent out spots for designated advertised that's controlled. And we're finding at times there's either non-payment, no insurance, not following the rules, and then we don't have the ability we have the ability to enforce it, but then what do we charge? We've got those highway signs, we got one of them sitting in cold storage for the last 8 months. But what do I charge them? We have nothing written, and until council approves a fee, then I can't charge anything. So we're including the fee if there's 2 laborers, or laborer and operator and a half-ton, or a skid steer, whatever, go and pick this thing up, and then we take it to a storage area and unload it. That's charged by the vehicle and labor equipment rates, and then it's $20 a day for storage until you come pick it up to a maximum of I believe it's 30 days, and after that it becomes a property of the town. So when we threaten some of these guys that don't like to play as nicely as we'd like them to, this is not town residents, this is contractors that have been used in the past from out of town that provide the signs as a service, and we struggle with them sometimes. So at least this way we've got some teeth that if you're not going to listen and do what we need you to do, then we're just gonna haul it away and start charging you, to set an example. So those are some things that we're going to add to the fee schedule and changes that will be coming. I don't see it being $50,000 a year, but I see it's a change, and then everything's, as you know, has been reviewed, so we understand where we're at. And I will look at the 1850 for an extra pickup, because that was one that we were going to have a look at, and I think I just didn't pick up on it. Get it? The extra pickup? I didn't pick up on it.
I got your pun.
Okay, well, I don't know where we're gonna get much more done this meeting. have to send it back to you guys.
You want us to make the cuts?
Yeah.
Or is council going to choose which initiatives?
Well, you would make a recommendation from admin.
Okay.
If I were you, this is what I would consider.
Do we want to quickly talk about capital? Just to let you guys know where we're sitting with capital grants this year. So we have $431 $431,000 for community CCBF. So basically the road one. That is being used to pave the cold mix roads, $110,000, and Highway Avenue East, $321,000. So we're using up every last penny of CCBF for those two projects. LGFF, we have, with a little bit of carry forward from 2024 plus current year, we have $1.1 million. We're using that to purchase the rubber tire backhoe, $275,000, sewer cleaning truck for $510,000. So just those two machines alone are $785,000. And then the remainder of the funding for the entire year, we're spending $340,803 for Highway Ave East. So basically 50-50 between CCBF and LGFF funded. And that leaves us with $0 carry forward for both of those grants into the new year. So we're spending every penny that we're getting. So basically, our allocation is $1,452,379 between CCBF and LGFF for capital this year. And there is in the 2025 another column which has $854,000, which is the STIP grant for the airport overlay. If we get it, then it's budgeted. If we don't get it, then it obviously doesn't get spent. So that is all. So it's not a very robust capital grant year for us.
Well, I hope that the energy sector picks up and per barrel price go up so we can recognize some more funding in there. The EIFF. So is there any other questions of council? We'll wait for recommendation, but everybody here is clear on a 2.5 COLA, 2.5 tax increase.
Yes. We're at 73 and change.
Yeah, they need to find it.
Just have a question. Director Stassi, just double checking this again, just so that as I make my notes, I'm not messing it up. Because of course you talked about some of the actuals can be a little bit off or whatever. But when we look at the bottom line of every one of them, if you're having it in brackets, we're saying that's what we have to fund still, right? After the. Yes. Okay, so theoretically, if there was a couple that the actuals in 2024 didn't have brackets around it, that would suggest they had a surplus.
Yes, I wouldn't bank on any surplus for this year. As you know, we are trying to hold off on debenture draws in December because the favorable debenture rates is happening in the new year. And so we need every dollar of surplus to fund the forced main so we can do a debenture draw in the new year.
Okay.
I wouldn't bank on any, that could be in the new year,
Yeah.
but I
Well,
wouldn't
I'm
bank
just
on any of
looking
that.
at like numbers, like when you look at here, and you're saying they're an actual, right? Well, if that was what last year we gave them, and they had this much of a surplus, why aren't we cutting out of some of that?
Well, I think what you'll see is in the unallocated surplus is gonna roll into making a few more payments as before we do the debenture. So they're sort of banking on all this.
Because the
And we're getting
debenture,
this back, because what we know they did the other year is just bump a bunch of stuff, double dip on somebody to use up their amount to get them to a higher level, right?
I know that.
Well, I think we almost determined it that they moved people up who were already, when other people had gotten COLA increases, right? Because that was our whole big deal. So just these ones that have their individual abilities to set their own need to be very clear. There is no time where they move something and we get that same impact again where we have employees that are upset.
Okay, Director Lefebvre has something, then if you wanna come back to looking at that funding, we definitely could do that. Did you have something, Dale?
I did, just in over-the-shoulder confrontation with Dan.
Consultation.
We need 60,000. That's what we need. So I'll move the landfill fence replacement because the fence is there, it's existing, and if they steal some more batteries, well, I guess they do. And we'll repair it again. We'll push that to next year. And I think I want to keep the other things we're asking for, but the air conditioning machine at 10. So that's 35,000 that I can push till next year because we can just go back and get it removed from someone else in town that has the right unit and then go back and redo it for now.
And then if we take out 25,000 out of our replacement in parks, or our bench and our fence for a year, we got our 60 grand.
Which one are you talking about, bench and fence, though?
It's an operations.
It's in our it's in the operating budget.
Oh,
Okay. Well, Councillor Barry, what do you got?
I was just wanting to ask a question. It seemed that a little while ago we were saying that if we got within 60,000, that the assessment would probably cover it.
that would be an increase. We would have to go for, there is a 2.5 already tax increase budgeted in this budget. So that would mean an extra $50,000, you would have to do a 3% tax increase. And council doesn't seem to be in favor of doing a 3%.
No, but I thought that we thought that the assessment would go up enough that it would cover.
Yes,
the
but you would have to
60,000.
actually increase, no, but you would have to increase taxes again. So it's already at 2.5%, so
Okay.
unless you're willing to do a 3% tax increase,
Okay,
you actually have to
I
increase
misunderstood.
taxes.
I thought it would cover the 70.
What did we find FCSS at last year?
166,386.
And then their ask is what this year?
147.
So they're asking down. Theirs was one that confused me with the 37.
Surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that one's so hard. So that one is, if you're specifically talking about FCSS, that one is showing a surplus right now. But you have to remember that their grant year is based on March to March.
Yeah.
So sometimes they receive a full year's worth payment. So we might have $90,000 that is supposed to get us by until March of next year. So there might be a surplus right now, but I actually have to defer some of those funds so that they're at a zero ask. So the FRN, Spoke Hub, all of those are net cost zero to the town. So those are likely the ones that are showing a surplus. You have to put it in deferred and then pull it out.
I guess, well, the thing I would just say going forward is we're in a very tight budget. We're very tight with what we're giving to employees. I'm probably gonna have more questions and stuff on employees in the fact of if we wanna respect them, we wanna show that we're capturing all of them, that we're trying to be as fair and as we can. So in any, certain things we have absolutely no control over, like we mentioned the library in a way, it's a grant. What they end up doing and how they deal with it after that, is fine. But I just want to make sure that in none of our departments are we allowing an opportunity where there's a budget, and FCSS is a little bit different one, where they then could theoretically have the discretion to be able to see changes or additional to staff. I want all staff to be treated the same. So, there isn't going to be movements to different spots because there happens to be more funds left. So now's a great time to move it. That can't happen. There can't be where I just want everyone to feel, because I don't want, as tight as this is, I don't want people to feel like we prioritize employees in certain departments over another. I want us to try and find the best way we can to make sure everybody who's getting some increase or some COLA feels like it's been applied across, or I fear that people then feel like that we felt one department's work is more important than another, and it's not, it's just different, right? So that was my.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to, there's a lot of numbers thrown around just now. So I just want to get to where we're at. We were at 73,000-ish left over or needed.
That is correct. I was just updating. So we had the 73,000, and then Dale just got us 25,000
Right.
plus 10,000, and then Dan got us how much?
25.
25,000. So that's only 13,000 left to budget balance.
We got 13,000 left.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I had too. I just wanted to make sure.
$13,009 if you want.
I didn't have the $9.
Very
Okay, well, look at the legislative budget then, like ours. Whatever.
Well, and it's quite possible because, well, not only that, but there's also the corporate services budget. We budget 30,000 for elections, and that's to cover the cost of holding the election for the municipality. If there are, we also go into joint agreements to hold the election for the school board trustee. Some years they have acclamations, some year they have elections. If they have elections, then they cover their cost plus a portion of our cost. Like they cover their ballots, they cover what they're advertising, but in turn they also cover a portion of the election workers. So there's a decrease to the election budget. So if both school boards have trustee elections, then there's, of that 30,000, it starts to drop a little bit. So there's definitely wiggle room in an election year with some funding.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll come up with a solution.
Sports fields, okay. I was gonna ask about that, perfect. Okay, so I think we can manage 13,000 and $9. Just wanted to make sure the will of council regards to the tax increase, the COLA. There's a lot of different factors at play, and we just really needed some council direction before we finalized.
Where are we at with the res and non-res split?
It's still the same. Let me just open my property tax, so I'm not. 47 residential, 53 non-residential. We've looked at that in kind of a deep dive last year. Like I said, indication from the assessor, it seems like residential's gonna go up a little bit at a higher rate than non-residential, so maybe this isn't the year to change the percentage. It's really, I have no concrete figures as they've promised that they're building our assessment from the ground up. So I have really no grounds to give recommendations on where that's gonna end us up in the new year.
Okay, well, there's no will of move it around, especially if residential is, they have the biggest increase. You guys are okay with where we're at between res and non-res? Okay. Okay, looks like everybody's got some work to do. Okay.
And if we can just still kind of do that little bit of an overview of our employees, just of who's impacted, you know, as far as like we talked about some being not on benefits and some that would get the COLA or not. Like, I'd just like to know how many are in no way, shape, or form going to see an increase. Because, Jameson caught it because the one thing that I did find strange at one time was when I think I had asked the question about like summer students even that were included in, and I was like, oh, okay, I would never have included them in our COLAs or our increases or anything. I know that's not a ton of money, but when we looked at it, I'm like, well, these aren't our regular employees, and in one way we have full-time or permanent people who work for us by part-time hours, and they've missed out on some of the increases, but we're giving summer students. So is that the case, or was it a misspeak at that time?
That's a misspeak. So if
Okay.
the summer students had received a COLA, the part-timers had also received a COLA. The only time that like part-timers and summer students didn't receive anything was last year when we took over the benefits. And I know that is an unfortunate reality of the way that that was working last year, but it was a significant cost to.
Oh, I'm exactly the opposite. You got mine wrong. I don't think they should be part of the COLA.
Okay.
Summer students should be, in my opinion, should be a set rate that we sat there for, and I don't think we automatically COLA them and treat them
Well,
like
and
regular
to be
employees.
honest, like the COLA is actually pretty slow at keeping up to like cost of living increases. So I can tell you what a lifeguard earned when I was in high school in 2007
Yeah.
is not much more than what they're earning right now, because a 2% or 3% COLA on $12 an hour, which like obviously now it's got put up to 15, but like a 2% on $15 an hour is pennies.
And I'm more looking at like the fact that we hire, say, I wasn't even looking on the lifeguard side of it, but I'm kind of looking at, say, summer grass cutting. I mean, to me, I'm not worried about adding the COLA, and I'm saying how many dollars an hour we're going. We have some students that are $20 an hour on summer grass cut.
Those are returning students.
Yeah.
But they can hit the ground running day one versus like there is some value and we lose students if our wages aren't competitive too. So
And I know we have to be competitive. I'm just like looking at that when I'm saying like our lifeguards, you know, in there might be at $15, these ones are 20. Like I'm not one who says we throw COLA on summer students. I would like to look at it more on a run. I don't know if it even impacts it that much. Maybe it's not hardly talking about any dollars. I'm just looking at that if we're automatically funding, say, all of the Canada Summer Jobs positions we'd be considering doing, and we've applied a COLA to that. I mean, those little numbers add up, is my only point.
But part-time nor summer students get a part of the COLA, so.
Yeah, she just said they did.
they,
Said summer
it's, the entire wage grid is, the COLA is applied across all of it, so.
That's why being grouchy.
But I don't see a problem with that, or you'd have the same issue as if we don't up our fees at different
1% every
facilities,
year is,
then you're just gonna, people will be like, why would I work there when everybody else is raising it? I don't think it's an issue to raise those positions with a COLA.
People who've been here for 20 years, why would you penalize them?
Well, and again, we need to look at our bylaw for user fees and stuff real hard here right now moving forward. And, but other than that, I mean, it's not a huge budget. We haven't taken any big swings one way or the other. I mean, but we do need to get the assessment as quick as we can and just to see where our mill rate will be, especially for non-res. And hopefully between you two, you can put a package together that maybe you could go to the chamber and sort of put down some of the gossip or some of the stuff that's being started there, so. Yeah. Okay, is there anything else we haven't covered today? When do you think the final presentation would be? Oh, that's fine. You can guess.
I believe do we bring this to one more ledge meeting and then to a council meeting? Or do we even bring it to another ledge meeting? We have next week, what day am I on? I apologize, I'm on budget meeting if required at 1 PM next Tuesday. So we can meet at 1 PM before, or 2 PM before our ledge meeting if council wants to go through the changes that we've made. Otherwise, the budget approval meeting is tentatively set for Monday, November 25th. So if you trust that we can make those changes and bring it to the Monday council meeting, we could do that. If not, we can do, I don't actually even think we need 2 hours, so I can even bring this up to the next ledge meeting with some changes that were made where we're sitting and then look at the user, we'll bring the fees and charges and then approval on the 25th, if that's the will of council.
Sure. I don't think we're gonna need that other budget meeting.
I don't think we need 2 hours.
That any changes or recommendations can be brought forward at a ledge, and then we can bring the budget to the 25th.
Yeah, I don't foresee us making huge changes right now, so let's plan for that. I'll just bring it to ledge next week. If there's any updated items or anything like that that comes from my work the remainder of the week, I'll bring it forward then, and then we'll plan for November 25th for approval. And then I'm on holidays till like February. Kidding.
And after, if all goes as planned and we do budget approval on the 25th, the next council meeting will be the fees and charges bylaw, so which will be, what is that, the 13th of December? The 9th. Will be the 2025 fees and charges bylaw, so everything that is discussed at the ledge meeting will be brought forward then.
And hopefully we'll be able to have some conversation between now and then on brownfield lots and derelict housing in town. And I hope everybody read that article, that what they're doing in Viking. So some public consultation. So if we have something we can build around to have a first reading, I'd like to do that and then go to the public with it. So you guys are okay with that?
we can bring that to like, not this ledge coming up next week, but the one after that, and then first reading at that December meeting as well.
So that we would be able to bring this action forward in January. This bylaw would be in effect.
Oh, I think we have to give 1 year from when the bylaw comes into effect. I need to check the MGA. I know for exempt properties is 1 year, but I'll double check what the MGA states when we discuss this at that
Well,
ledger.
if it is a year between the approval of the bylaw and then the tax changes being made, then let's try to get her done as quickly as we possibly can. Okay, is there any other business of council here? And I'll adjourn the meeting. 3:29,